when dreams and reality collide. A life is turned upside down. Into conflict, where ancient shadows but secret walls for control of the future. Her allies hide in plain sight, but so do her enemies.
All right, we are live. Alex, welcome. Poland, welcome. Poland is here with us. Yeah, 5 figures, baby. 5 figures Australia. No, I should say 5 figures, baby. 5 figures. This is, you know what it is? It's 5 figures, Sheila. So it's not quite as good as the US 5 figures, but it is. It's 5 figures, Sheila. That means 10,000 Australian dollars. This is what I woke up to today. So that is amazing. We were on stream for God knows how many hours yesterday. You were all there with us. We had the time of our lives. Poland, we were just talking about that, weren't we?
Absolutely. Setting the tone.
It just felt like good times. We were having fun. Everything that what CG is supposed to be.
Yeah.
We may not have sold... That's right. We may not have sold many of the Lucent yesterday during the stream, but obviously we set the seed, and I woke up this morning and there it was. It was actually on 140 backers and 10,000 exactly. It was serendipity. And now look, 2 more 142 backers.
You see, Michael,
and
we tilled the soil yesterday, and now today we reap the rewards.
You've got a way with words, Poland.
I have my moments, you know.
Yeah. All my family. I don't know. I told you earlier. My family thinks you're like way smarter, so you need to just talk more and really class up the joint.
Oh,
Samurai's here.
I'm just honored to be in y'all's company. Everyone here is great.
I'm going to send Samurai the link again as well, because it's always a pleasure to have him on. He adds a lot of class to this too. If you want to come in, Samurai, come in. If you want to hang in the chat, it's up to you. It's up to you, brother. Whatever you want to do. And Alex, you're welcome to come on as well, man. I don't know if you're ready to take that leap yet, though. He seems to be just happy to be a lurker in the chat, and of course I'm happy to have anyone come lurk in the chat on these streams. It's where the fun's at. This is the real CG right here. This is the cool stuff. I'm going to do something dangerous today. I'm drinking Coke live on the stream. It's going to be an interesting battle. I've been telling you guys I'm just like getting these really tired in the middle of the day, and it's right there right now. So I just need that caffeine hit. So I'm going to be sipping this bad boy throughout the stream, and hopefully I won't be burping too much and squirming in my chair. But I need that caffeine to keep going. I'm back at work next week, guys, so I won't be able to do this every day. I'll probably only be able to do this on it depends on whether or not I'm going back to 5 days a week or 4 days. During this whole coronavirus thing, I was maybe going to 4, and but then we just got really busy, and then they put me back on 5 days. So we'll see. We'll see what I can commit to. As much as I can, I want to be here and have these fun streams with you guys.
Yeah, it's been
Alex
a
says
blast.
he's at work. It has been, hasn't it? Alex says he's at work, so yeah, he's just here listening. So thanks, Alex, for listening in and hanging in the chat.
Morning, Tommy.
Tommy's here too. Tommy, how you going? Hail. Delta's here. Well, the gang is all here.
Delta's always here.
Delta is another one of us that doesn't sleep. He's
He really doesn't.
running on pure enthusiasm, pure CG energy. He drinks that CG energy drink. It's called Sperg. That's the design on the can right there. And he says, "Hail, non-orange koala man." Yep, that's me. I'll take that. A lot of you guys are working. Yeah, I do the same thing. I put my headphones on when I'm at work, and try not to chat too much. But I can never help myself if I need to pipe in, throw a few hails in there, throw a few little jokes if I can. I've had a busy day today. Today I woke up. I forgot. I thought I was going on to Mandy's stream today, and then as soon as I got off the thing yesterday, I saw no, that's tomorrow. So that is happening tomorrow. I'll be on Mandy's stream at my morning, your guys like 10 p.m. or 8 p.m. or something like that. Smiling Bandito's here, brother. Hail, man. If you want to come back on, you're more than welcome as well. Maybe I'll just chuck the link in the chat again, because that's how we kind of roll here. We don't care. Everyone's cool around here.
Hail Bandito.
Get that lightning to strike twice, so to speak.
Well, he's
Someone,
probably out of
echoing?
alcohol, so.
Is that me echoing? I can hear something in the background. Anyway, Samurai's here. Sort of. He's on his way in. Yeah, so busy day for me today. I started off the day on what's it called? I'm just totally blanking now. The mysterious Mr. E, Drew Love. Do you guys know that channel? Everybody's working. Yeah, everybody's working. Yeah. So I started off on that channel. He's the guy who makes Captain Love. He's got that cool trailer with the Captain Love song. And yeah, I was on his show for about an hour. That was heaps of fun. He's a really chill guy. I hadn't spoken to him before. He had a friend on, Amber. She came on. We looked at shots of her butt. So if you missed that one and you want to see some cool butt shots, definitely go check out that stream. We talked about the Lucent, obviously.
No, everyone likes the backside shots.
Yeah, the butt shots. Samurai, you here?
I believe I am.
You stopped in at Tug's too today, right?
What was that?
You stopped in with Tug as well?
I did. So that show went for an hour. We had fun on that. And then I saw Tug was going live. I didn't really understand what was happening because it didn't seem like there were any links anywhere. And then I realized that, he was just kind of doing a normal show and then he was going to lead into the calling show. So I was just kind of sitting there with bated breath. I had my fingers on the ready for any kind of copy and paste action that was required. And that's what I did. And there's a lot of people in that waiting room. So if you tried to get on, it would just say the back room is full. And try again later. David's here. Hey, David, how you going? Good morning. Yeah, it's good afternoon for me, but good morning for a lot of you guys. We say g'day here. G'day, David.
Hey, David.
Yeah, so I was just refreshing. Every time someone dropped out, I was just like refreshing and clicking again. And then somehow miraculously I got on there. I know a bunch of other guys messaged me afterwards saying, how the hell did you get on? I can't get in. Either they couldn't find the link or it just wasn't working because there's obviously so many people who wanted to get on and chat with Tug.
You did what you usually do, Michael. You put yourself in the position to seize the opportunity.
That's right. It's luck, but you got to you got to put yourself out on the pedestal there and hope that luck will come and slap you in the face. So I didn't see anything new I hadn't seen before. I didn't see so for instance, it would have been cool to see Charlie Snoggins come on, or is it Snogans, Charlie Snogans, or yeah, I don't know. Those guys are kind of big anyway. Maybe they don't need Tug to help promote them. But no, I didn't see anything that I hadn't seen before. But I didn't catch the whole stream. It was a 4-hour stream. Yeah, like I said, I've been pretty wasted in terms of like pretty tired. I did get a little drunk last night. I'm sure you all saw that. So
you're quite sensitive to it, yes.
I stumbled into the house, and my kid, my eldest, was still up, and she'd been watching the stream. So she'd been watching her father get slowly intoxicated live on YouTube. So that's setting a good example. But and my what my wife did? She cooked me a beautiful steak.
The best
after
steak.
The stream. So I had this beautiful steak, and I just felt like I tweeted out like I'm living the Comicsgate dream here. Just streaming all day, having fun with good people, and getting drunk, and then having a good steak to cap off the night. So yeah. Yesterday was pretty magical.
It was magical.
It wasn't the most numbers of backers that I've got in the campaign, but that's not what it's all about all the time. It's about hanging out and you motherfucker.
Oh,
that's going to follow me around, isn't it? Yeah, get woke. That's right. Yeah, back to Lucent.
There's always a disclaimer in the parentheses. Disclaimer,
Yeah, in the best possible way.
Yep. If you want to see our brand of Get Woke, just watch last night's stream. You'll understand. We were woke all
it's
night.
Worth it too. It may be long, but it's worth it.
We were woke all night. Well, at least I was. I took an hour nap and got in and clocked in, and then the finance director called me, my boss. That was great.
Yeah.
Was he watching all night?
No. If he was, he'd be very disappointed. Thankfully, when I answered the phone, I was coherent, because we started to delve right into some pretty deep stuff. So, anyways, he doesn't call often, so it'd be my luck he'd call today.
Yeah.
After the marathon last night, But all for my boy Michael, my boy Blue.
Thank you, man. I'm so honored that you guys keep coming back and hanging out, because I'm just having the time of my life here. This is something that I had not planned at all or anticipated, and yeah, I'm really honored that you guys keep coming back here. If Ella is woke, Michael, you chose the wrong hair dye. I know she went a bit dark, didn't she? I do have a character. She's a key character. She's a main character, and like a lot of things, like the Woken, I drew her, I conceptualized her as a character many years ago, over 5 years ago, and she does have the shaved side of the head, but she's not she's not woke at all. She's not part of that, what's become of that shaved side of the head thing. She grew up in a traditional Sikh household. And it's part of her character. It's who she is. That now she's cut her hair. It's kind of a statement, and she's got like nose rings, all the kind of stuff that she's sort of turned away from her life that she grew up with. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see the people react when they see her. I think she's a really cool character. I think people are going to really dig her. But yeah, they also might get people saying, "Oh, rolling the eyes, another shaved head, side of the head weirdo." But, it is what it is.
Did you hear Zach recently talking about the shaved head?
When people were asking him about his pandemic character.
Right. He basically did that on purpose. He's like, I'll show you that I can do this right. It's pretty funny.
Look, the way I view it, with things like diversity and that sort of stuff, the world, I'm trying to show the world of the Lucent is real. It's the world that Ella lives in. It's London, London. It's if anyone's ever been to London, it's it's multicultural. There's lots of people there. There's lots of interesting fashions there. So yeah, I just tried to reflect that in the few characters that I have to show you guys in this comic. But yeah, so anyway, back to the story. I did get on a Tug show. Man, I don't know what it is about these rotation shows with bigger channels, but my heart gets a pumping beforehand. You're sitting in that. It's because you're sitting in that waiting room, and you just got nothing to do but wait. And you don't know exactly when it's coming, but you know the curtain's going to go up on you, and all of a sudden you're going to be live, and it just builds and builds and builds, and my heart was pumping, and I was just envisioning that I was going to completely blow it, but thankfully when I came on, all that anxiety just kind of washed away, and it's good thing that I've been watching Tug for so many years now. You feel like you're friends with these guys. Antoine says CG can do woke better than SJW. Hell yeah, we can do it right. See, yep.
Now you know how I felt first time I hopped on here.
Yeah. No way, man.
I was getting lightheaded. It's like, oh my gosh, it's Michael Bancroft.
See, I don't know whether you're making fun of me there, so it's all right.
No.
That was my second stream ever. So.
Oh well, in that case, I had.
There definitely was a little bit of anticipation for sure, but.
Yeah. I had the exact same thing. I went on my very first stream with Clayton Barton, How to Draw Comics, and he's got a big channel, but his subscriber count is more kind of normies who want to learn how to draw. So his actual live streaming, he's just kind of starting out with the live streaming, getting out to the people here on YouTube and Comicsgate. But
yeah, I think I told you that when I was in this chat, I was mentioning Comicsgate books and stuff. People were just so confused.
Yeah. So I think he got most of his people from Facebook.
Right.
And
people who are there for technique, right?
Exactly, and that's what he does. And if you've seen his artwork, he is incredible. And not only is he an incredible artist, but he's just such a super chill dude. And he made me instantly feel comfortable. So I was pretty nervous all day. I went on like 8:00 p.m. in Australian time. So all day I was thinking about, oh my God, I'm going to be on a stream. So yeah, I was pretty nervous, but yeah, instantly he just kind of cooled it all down. And yeah, so a Tug was a bit like that as well. I was just like, hey Tug, and it's so weird to have that. Tug's got an iconic voice, doesn't he?
He really does. He's gonna lull you to sleep.
Hey there. Yeah. Hey there. So Michael, what you got for us, buddy? It was it was very nice, and I had to trim down my elevator pitch. When it's not really an elevator pitch because it's a few paragraphs, but anyway, I trimmed it all down to something that I could just kind of go through quickly. And I was scrolling through the images as I went because John Malin, rightfully so, chastised me for just kind of reading on the stream, and everyone was looking at text. And yeah, I think it went well. People said, they liked the pitch and they liked the look of the book. I got a backer from it straight away. It's good. Like, people will see the book, they won't back straight away. Well, someone did actually back straight away. Actually, someone backed straight away on Mysterious Mr. E's channel as well. So, thank you so much to whoever did that. I haven't checked yet, but you know who you are, and that was really cool. Like, you don't always get that immediate response, especially during these you're entering kind of the lull phase of the campaign.
Yeah, I went over to Tug's video just to kind of hop through it real quick because I picked it up right at the very end and see who all was on there. So just because I wanted to see if I was missing any that were out there, and he got to you, and I thought, maybe I'm just used to Bancroft, but no, your pitch was very tight, very focused. I was jumping over a lot of people just sort of wasting time with blather between the sentences of their pitch, and nope, you nailed it, man. You had it nice and down.
Yeah, I've worked really hard on that. I was chatting with Rob, Rob Arnold beforehand, and another guy that's around the scene on Twitter DMs, and yeah, we were saying the same thing. Like, some of these guys are really kind of going on too long. I don't even think we should be showing our trailers in that sort of situation. If people are interested, they can go to your thing and watch your trailer themselves. The trailers, the trailers are good. They're a good thing that you can show people who are interested already. But you've got this one chance to get your face on the camera and get your voice actually selling your book. Just do that. I wouldn't on those rotational things. I don't think I'll be showing the trailers unless someone asks to see it. Get in there, get all the relevant information down and show the art. If someone likes the look of it, they'll back it, or at least they'll keep it in the back of their mind.
Yeah, it's got to hit fast though.
Yeah. Get in, hit it and quit it. You don't want anyone to start be feeling bored and looking at their clock and saying, "Come on, move along now," and have any kind of feeling like that associated with you or your book. There's a couple of guys going around that they do need to get out of the weeds a bit when they get on these shows and just sort of try and sell the overall thing rather than all the little minutiae of it all.
Just as a disclaimer, Michael is a man of commitment and loyalty. He does not hit it and quit it.
That's right. Yeah. Hit it and quit it.
Just in case someone tries to clip that,
Tries to. I'm writing down notes.
I'm waiting for any kind of meme. I'll know that I've made it if I ever make it onto a Deadwood Dale video. Then I'll know that I've really made it. But I've got to have. I think you got to have some kind of shtick to appear on something like that. Micah has his sleeveless thing. Liam has his orange man. Some people are just such characters that their whole thing is one giant shtick.
Maybe your shtick could just be the normie.
Maybe, but I think there's a lot of us out there like that.
Delta's got a question about the book.
Sure. Okay, well, let's scroll down and have a look, and I'll give you. He says I don't want to be on Deadwood Dale. Well, I feel like I've made it if I have. I find his videos hilarious. Not. I don't want to be like Edwin on it. I don't want him to catch me in some sort of bizarre laughing rant or anything like that. But let's go through this. So this is the graph. I'm going to be updating it weekly. I won't be updating it this week because transparency, here we go. I haven't done a single thing on my book this week. I've just been 100% focused on these streams and getting onto as many people's streams as I can, and a couple of other little things like that.
It's a one-man show, guys.
Yeah. So I'm doing it all myself. But once the campaign kind of is along a few more weeks, I think I'm going to settle into it a bit more, get my normal schedule back, get more of a rhythm. But so this book, what am I saying here? Line art 95% done. I put 95 purely because the line art is done, but I want to go back and fix a couple little things. I want to add a couple of splash pages, and that's pretty much it. The line art is done. The colors, all the colors look on every single page look something like this. They're all in there like this. There's no pages that have no color in it. The problem is they're my old colors that I did when I didn't really understand color theory. I didn't really know what I was doing. I spent a lot of months last year learning all that stuff. And these are the kind of the finished product pages. These are the ones that I've figured it out. I've figured out the colors and I've applied them to these pages. So they're the finished pages. And I've got 23 of them, I believe. And the lettering as well. Every page has lettering on it, but it's not all completely, all the little bubbles or whatever with all the tails and everything aren't all completed, but 60% completed on that front as well. So when it says 23 pages here completed out of 56, a lot of those, the majority of those pages, we're just talking, okay, well, it might need a couple of hours on the coloring and 20 minutes on the lettering per page. it's not like I've got 23 pages 100% complete and then there's nothing on the others. They've all got the line art, they've all got colors on them, they've all got lettering on them, but I'm not considering them completed until all those elements are 100% finished to my satisfaction and are ready to go to print. How many months it take? Once this campaign is finished, this will be my 100% my focus. I will be going into this full ball. We're talking early mornings and late nights, making sure that this will be a matter of months to get to you once the campaign is done. I've put in a year as the deadline. It's not going to be a year, but I just kind of put that in there just because I didn't want anyone, if any unforeseen thing happens, God forbid, I didn't want anyone holding it over me on my first campaign so that they could come back and, try and ruin my chances with the second campaign. But I'll get those numbers. I'll get those sort of more concrete numbers to you guys in the updates in the upcoming weeks. So yeah, Delta, it is. Well, yeah, it's closer to done than it seems, man. It is. Yeah, it's right there, but I've got to get this thing perfect. The quality of the books that I've received, that I've backed, and the ones that I'm seeing now, I don't want to have the ugly duckling. This is my first book, so the line art on every panel isn't going to be exactly how I would do it now, but it is what it is. It still all works, still looks good. Maybe there are a few claw hands in there that I need to tidy up, but that won't take too long. Yeah, I could get it in by Christmas. Yeah, well, I certainly would hope so. I would think well before then.
You mentioned early mornings and late nights. How often have you found that you just work and then come back to it 2 days later and you see this needs to change? There are differences that need to be made. It's good to take your time.
I do that with the writing, not so much the drawing. I can tell pretty much straight away if the art is how it needs to be. I can tell that pretty much as it's happening. I can even tell it sometimes as I'm going along. I'm gritting my teeth going, this is not working out the way I hoped. But with the writing, that is something I cannot rush. The way I write is I do the first script and then I put it away for about 3 months. And just it sits there and I forget about it. I mean, obviously I know what happened, but I forget about all the dialogue and everything. I don't know what I wrote. And then after 3 months, I go back and I'll just sort of sit down in a quiet place and go through it all again. And yeah, that's when the things that are not how they should be kind of stick out like a sore thumb. And then I can go back and fix it and all that sort of stuff. But with the art, I pretty much can get things done. The coloring maybe is my weakest point in terms of it's the bit that I'm least proficient in. It's the part that I have to work the hardest with is what I'm trying to say here. So yeah, maybe I'll think the coloring is good, and then I'll go back a week later and go, oh, it actually does look a bit desaturated. So, but that luckily that stuff is super easy. I don't know if you guys are familiar with how Photoshop works, but you just have layers, different adjustment layers, and if something's something's not saturated enough, or too saturated, or there's not enough green here, or whatever. It's super easy to adjust that stuff and adjust it globally across pages if need be.
Well, I don't know about Poland. He'll tell us when he gets back, but I haven't used Photoshop. I am trained in as a minor, and so in college I did a bunch of stuff, and then I've done work afterwards in audio and video. I especially love audio, but I've done video with color correction, and it's the same variables as your basic brights and shadows and tinting and all that. You said you studied color theory a while back. Oh wait, Poland's back. Poland, have you done anything artistic?
Blue, I really hate to break it to you, but I'm just an artistic groupie. I'm just here to see everyone else's great work. Unless you consider...
You need to go to sleep, my brother.
Unless you consider everyone else's everyone else's work in Photoshop is artistic, because I've done that. Like I think a lot of people have, but it's mainly just editing photos and cutting things out. And then I told Michael in my first stream on here that I did some writing on the side, just to break up my academic writing when I was doing my history degree. Because it was, sometimes you just need a break from like the very stringent history writing. So I did some of that on the side, but other than that, that's about it.
Devilfish is here. 10K. That's awesome. Well done, mate. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it's a good feeling. Let me tell you, it's definitely not something I thought I would be saying in the first week. Yeah, so and now now I've got my eye on 150 backers. That's my next thing that I'll be looking forward to. So yeah, thank you, and thanks for showing up and at the stream, man. Good to see you here again. We had some fun last night, and you were part of it. So yeah. Hey, were you going to say something, Samurai?
You can wait.
I'm just going to let me take this down and get rid of that.
I am going to finish my paperwork though.
That's all right. That's all right. You do what you need to do. That is maybe not that. What's that?
That's a shredder. I'm done with my paperwork.
Yeah, that might be a bit much. Application window. What is that? I don't want to open something. It looks oh God, what is this? Okay, let me just stop that. Oh, I know what I have to do. Okay, here we go. Still figuring all this stuff out. I'm getting better at it, but still learning. Here we go. What are you guys laughing at?
Soon enough, 5 figures.
What's going on?
I don't know. I don't know what he was laughing at.
Dan Shahin on CG? He did, really? Oh, the Zach and Dan controversy. Yeah, apparently Zach went on to a stream of his and said something, and Dan poo-pooed Zach and potentially CG. I don't know anything about that. Yeah, I can't really talk about it.
Is this the Dan, our fellow bald man, who's on what's his name, on Ethan's stream before, kind of getting really grilled by Malin on and off about a meeting he had with the other 3 retailers?
That sounds like him. Yeah, he's an ex-retailer. He's got a channel now. It's I can't remember the name of it, but he seemed pretty cool. He seemed like pretty open-minded. I thought he had a bit of the wrong idea about what we were doing here, and he had a bit of a overemphasized importance on the stores. Like, I don't know, it seems pretty clear to me, and obviously it seemed clear to all of you guys in Comicsgate for a long time now that the stores would eventually just dissolve away one by one. And that would be the end of how comic books had been for all this time. And he was like, no, if you want to get kids into your movement, like you want to get more people reading your books, your Comicsgate books, then you've got to get them into the stores. I was just like, when was the last time you saw a bunch of kids hang out in a comic book store? I just didn't understand that at all. It's all people like me. I bring my kid in a couple of times, and then I tell her, like, don't touch the comics because you're going to wreck them. And I don't want to have to buy some bisexual lighting cover of some atrocious Image comic.
Yeah, they were really suppressing Zach in that stream.
You're right.
Who's hosting it?
I believe it was the head of Diamond, Barucci. Is that his name? Or maybe that's Dynamite.
No, yeah. So the head of Diamond is Steve Jeppy.
Yeah, that's right.
He's the guy that everyone likes. Yeah, everyone likes Steve Jeppy. That's the vibe I'm getting from people. I don't know. Barucci, yeah, is he Diamond? Is he?
He's Dynamite.
No,
That's
Dynamite.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is all very confusing. We're just kind of talking about stuff we're vaguely aware of. David Feed has it right. You want to attract kids to the movement, make good books. That's pretty much it. Yeah, kids. Surprisingly, kids aren't that receptive to social justice pamphlets disguised as comic books. Believe it or not,
Because they're
not really. They're boring. They're boring as batshit because they're so predictable, and they don't just use traditional tropes as story mechanisms. They use them as sort of unwritten rules about how the story is going to go and what's going to happen. If it's a young black woman, she's going to love the science. Everyone's going to love her. And if it's a blonde-haired, short-haired woman, she's going to probably be evil, or if, God forbid, a straight white male. They're well, you know how it all is. You guys know how it all is. You're here, so you're all down with all that stuff.
Well, even then, I always look at movies and whatnot. The good guy wins in the end, except for The Empire Strikes Back. But I'm still interested. It's always, I know this is going to happen. I just want to know how, and I'm still engaged for whoever the protagonist is, and yet, if you just want to say it's predictable because the good guy is going to win in the end, somehow that's just not enough for me. I still want to see it.
Yeah. And Comics of Callaway brings up a point. He calls Dan a lefty douche, can't see the other side of everything, or he chooses not to. He chooses to see the industry with blinders on. Yeah, I definitely felt like I got that feeling from him that he had his blinders on. I mean, I only saw that one video, that first one, where he was talking with all those shop owners, and then he was talking with Ethan. The main one that I saw is when he came on with the CG guys and chatted with them, and he seemed pretty receptive. He didn't agree with everything. He doesn't have to, but yeah, it does seem to be a pattern, doesn't it? That they want to reach out and make contact with us, and we're very open and hospitable. Even though, we're kind of giving them truths that maybe they don't want to swallow, and then they go back to kind of their group and maybe start bad-mouthing us. That does seem to be a pattern that has happened with a lot of these people. Yeah, Antoine's exactly right. These fellows are entrenched in the old system and the old way of doing things. That is exactly right. It's just going to be harder and harder to make that old method of distribution, and even having periodical floppies come out monthly. It's just going to become harder and harder to get that to work, because how are you going to encourage top tier talent to work on your floppy comic when they can see that they can make way more money if they just get onto YouTube and put out one book a year at a premium price? Like, who's going to convince Dan Frager to go back and make image books now that he's on the cusp of making 100,000 on one book? And if we've ever seen Dan Frager draw, this guy looks like he can pump out books if he wants to. So it's just, how are they going to do it? The quality of the books are just going to keep dropping and dropping, because it's no longer the place where you can make the most money. It's just simple economics. It's a new world out there. It's a new system. The French have shown that the putting out higher quality products less frequently is something that can work and is sustainable. They've been doing it for a long time now. They don't put out a book every month. And it's funny that these guys do seem so wedded, but then it's not really funny. It's expected. Like, that's the industry that they work in. It's hard to, it's kind of, what do they say? It's hard to convince someone of something when their livelihood depends on being the opposite,
Yeah. And the standard we've fallen into is 48 pages as a bare minimum, or it should be a minimum if you're going to charge that whatever for that price point. If you go below that, then the books start getting cheaper. But sorry, the thing about Frege is, okay, if a normal book is now 20, and when I got into X-Men, I thought normal was 22, 24. But if a normal book is 20, he's really doing not even 2.5 books to make that 100,000.
Yeah. Compared to a couple of thousand he was scraping by on when he was going the old way, when he was doing the direct market method. It doesn't make sense. But and it's harder as well. Like some of these people, some of these pros, they've burnt their image so badly to the fans that they might not even have a choice. You can't. Can you imagine some of these guys getting onto YouTube and doing daily shows, getting the streams going?
Some of them have tried.
The roasting,
gone well.
Yeah, or you do the Gail Simone method.
Yeah, the Gail.
Baby talk to people.
Oh, yeah, grading like a chalkboard.
And then Donny Cates got bullied,
But Donny Cates is still going, isn't he? Like he's not giving up.
He is. To his credit, yes. But that first week for him was a rough one.
Has he turned his comments on yet, or are they still
I haven't
off?
checked.
Maybe.
Like I said, you have to commend the man for continuing on. Can't take that away from him.
If his comments aren't on, then you're doing it wrong. Hey, that rhymes. That should be a slogan. This is what YouTube is all about. It's the chat. It's the audience. It's the people. So, it's going to take a while. Like he did a lot of shady shit and he said a lot of nasty stuff. And, listen to what Ethan says about the kind of actions he was taking part in for so long. That sort of stuff is not going to engender him to the YouTube audience. I mean, this is Comic Skate country. But at the same time, I think we're pretty fair-minded people. We are the people who say there has to be a road to redemption. I don't know what Donny Cates can do. I've said that many times. I don't know if he can do anything at this point.
I think one of the only ways. So other people might have a lesser road, but with all the things that EVS has said he's done, I think his road to redemption is going to have to be owning up to the secretive stuff, owning up to what's going on behind the scenes, claiming, I was wrong. That was even, that was a wrong way to behave, and I was wrong about certain things. Yes, I did it, and I wish I hadn't. I don't want to do that again. That's a good place to start, is just admit for the types of things that he's done, start by admitting you've done it and that it's crap.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying it can't be done. It would be a long, hard road, but it's been done before, where total SJW, activists on Twitter have, basically done that. Kind of seen the error of their ways and turned a page, and it took a long time, but now they're accepted sort of members of the community of normal people. House of Ours here. It is fun, isn't it, though? He's so eminently trollable.
Speaking of platforms and building them up, did everyone see EVS's Twitter thread today?
Are you talking about... Oh, no, I've got another one up. I actually had something already loaded.
Yeah, it looks like you got the one I was talking about.
Is that it?
Yep. Michael, we're always on the same page. We don't need any pre-production.
This is one, yeah? Moving forward, receiving promotion on my show will require having fulfilled at least one campaign to back us successfully. I can't ever ask my audience to invest their hard-earned money in a comic book by someone without a proven track record of keeping promises. Black Dragon Hail. Can anyone enlighten me on Black Dragon, what that is?
So Black Dragon is War Campaign's new thing. and it's basically the hard truth, even if it's a difficult truth. And that's what it's all about. It's about not being coy and just stating the facts. So that's been one of their things recently.
So Liam Gray's here. Hey Liam, how you going, buddy? He's just dropping some smileys
Delta
in the
can
chat
correct
there.
me on that if I'm wrong.
Delta says, yeah, you got it. I think you got it pretty right. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I think that's good. Yeah. So obviously, it's completely speaking. Everyone is kind of, agreeing, or at least, sort of saying, yeah, well, this isn't, maybe not perfect for me, but it's pretty reasonable. Here's Clint Stoker saying this is reasonable. It gives new creators a chance to build their own audience first too. Yep.
And
Adam posts.
Someone asked also in those comments, Michael, does this include incoming pros? And EVS said yes.
He actually said yes, especially so. Maybe that has something to do with Mitch Breitweiser. I don't know.
Or maybe because
especially them.
The pros who are incoming could be changing, turning color, and that's why they need to show that they're not just dipping in for some cash and then running away.
Well,
Yes. Maybe that's why, especially them.
I think after Doug and Mike and Mitch, to some extent, everyone's feeling a little burned. Like I said, most people who are here came here seeking refuge. They're already jaded. So if you burn people here, I mean, most people are at the end of their rope and they may just walk away. So you got to be really careful with the folks that are here.
Mm-hmm. So I wanted to ask earlier today. I was going to tweet back, but I figured he's probably not going to see my tweet, and I want to get an answer. But
Hail Liam.
Hey Liam.
Hail Liam.
What prompt did we? Was there an event that prompted him saying this, or did this just come out of nowhere? Like it was maybe something he was percolating on.
So a lot of people have been talking about the Walmart thing recently, and I think that in tandem with a few other complaints, led to this decision.
Okay.
Yeah, because and we were talking about this a few shows ago, but some people have noted that EVS has been a little clammy recently with his platform, and it's not because he doesn't want to help people. He definitely does, but the thing is he feels guilty when he platforms someone and they end up burning his audience. So then he ends up shouldering some of the blame of that negligence, right? So he's being extremely cautious moving forward. So I think Frago will probably be one of the last ones that will get the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I backed Smiller's books because I was not lulled or fooled by Ethan, but I definitely did see reason to give Smiller more of a chance, even though I found him annoying and whatnot. I put those things aside to just sort of accept him because he was on Ethan's channel so much, and that's about it. That you could say Ethan did this, but I'm not a victim here. It's just sort of, okay, well, I'll try to accept him because he's around. That's the most you could say about Ethan in terms of my choices to back my regretted choices to back Smiller's books. And beyond that, it's we got to say, if I made that choice, that's on me, not on Ethan, to actually do the backing.
Right, and I'm not saying that he robbed you of your agency, but I think he definitely feels some guilt for him personally when that does happen, right? I mean, that's just
we're speaking for other people who might try to claim that. Sorry, not you, Poland, but other people might go that direction in their heads, and I want to put it out there right away. No, you know what? I'll say right now, you make your own choices. You just got to think.
The fact that I have exactly the same experience as you, Samurai. I was never endeared to Mike. I never found him funny at all. I never, particularly, I would never have watched a show with just Mike. Let's just say that. Mm-hmm. And I didn't back him for a long time. I didn't back his first campaign. I didn't back any of his subsequent campaigns. But, EVS is just such a good salesman that he will eventually get you if you listen to him long enough. He will eventually get you. And it's not that the books don't look bad. They look good books. So I was like, all right, I did it. I eventually did back the Monster. Is it the Monster Hunt campaign or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the couple of Lone Stars or whatever. And yeah, so even though it was because of Ethan that I did back them, absolutely, you're completely right. I'm the one who backed them. I would never, I would never even consider blaming Ethan because of how good of a salesman he is. And it is what it is. Did you see this tweet here? Not sure who we're talking about, but will Kyle be the one exception? I think when Ethan talks, he's on the air every day. He's on Twitter all the time. He's a bit like Trump. Don't always take him 100% literally. There's going to be a little wiggle room here, and there just has to be, because he has platformed so many people in the past who still haven't put out that book, but maybe they've put out other stuff. So yeah, there's going to be a little wiggle room. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't expect someone like myself to be appearing on his show anytime soon. And that's unfortunate for me, but like other guys were saying earlier in that thread, so now, well, I'm not that I was not that I was banking on it or gunning for it or anything, but I'm going to be prioritizing building my own audience, and so that once you guys do get this book in your hands, then I'll have more opportunity moving forward, going from there.
So speaking of something on Ethan, he had I think it was this weekend on Saturday. I actually was caught a live stream on time, where instead of being 2 hours behind, and I put in the chat a recommendation for you that I had already tweeted to say you really got to have this Bancroft guy on, and he actually, my thought is, if he sees it, he might not read it out loud, even though you tag his name in it, and if he sees it at all, he did see it. He did read it out loud, and he just sort of went, oh, all right. And the way his voice changed and sort of the cock of his head and whatnot, I knew something's up. And so it's really no surprise to see him come out and say, I don't want first timers anymore. Just for whatever his own reasons were.
Yeah. I've actually. I'm not going to talk for the guy, but I have that personal sense. Like, I've seen all this stuff. Alex says EVS gave your book a shout out a few days ago. He's paying attention. Yeah, that's the way I feel about it. I think with my cartoons, and he's seen the campaign. I know that for a fact now. It seems to me that he likes what he sees. He by all accounts, as much as he was thinking about me, which would be very, very little, he wants me to succeed, even as a Comicsgate book. But I think more than anything, yeah, as this tweet says today, what it elucidates is he's going to be waiting to see if people like me deliver, and then once I deliver, I'll just be in a good position now, because he does know who I am. He does know my book. And yeah, he'll consider having me on for my second campaign. I think, like Clint says, it's pretty reasonable. There's going to be more and more people come on to this now who don't have any history of publishing anything. I don't know if you guys saw yesterday. I know I'm seeing all the same faces in the chat, so I know you did, but maybe there's some other people just lurking. Let's get this on me. Here I am. Hello, guys. So yeah, I'm a publisher. I published these skate mags for about 2 years. I did this pretty much all by myself. I had a photographer, but he was just focused 100% on the photography. He was out there taking photos, but I had to organize a lot of that stuff too. And so I was doing the publishing, the graphic design, the distribution. I was getting all the advertising to pay for the things to get printed. All this stuff. And yeah, we made these. There's about 7 issues. This is 5 of them. And we did all sorts of cool stuff. We had extra giveaways. It was a bit like Comicsgate, because we had stickers in here. We had extra things. This one here came with a DVD that I had some guys make for me. It was an actual like a skate DVD, and it was like an hour long. It was amazing. We did a road trip. We filmed it all. We got a bunch of guys together. so yeah, this isn't crowdfunding. This is actually harder than crowdfunding doing this because you got to make the audience yourself. You got to do everything, and on top of that, you've got the where you're getting your money from to do all the printing and distributing is through advertising, and getting advertising out of people is that is as hard as it can get. But yeah, so I've been in graphic design for nearly 20 years now, and I've done heaps of pre-press. Like that's just part of my job. Getting files ready for print. I know about. I do color correcting. So publisher, all that sort of stuff. But I can understand. On my campaign on Indiegogo, it says I've got one campaign and it's still live, so people might be a bit reticent, and that it just is what it is, and all I can do is just keep selling myself.
Michael, what if you found the loophole? You're like, Ethan, look, I've done I have published before, I've delivered.
Maybe I'll take a photo of them and kind of show them that stuff and say, yeah, look, I'm not just some weirdo with a dream,
some vagabond
on the street. I've done stuff. I've actually got a lot of experience in this field, maybe not with the comic book, exactly the comic book thing, but I've worked on plenty of magazines and sent them to print. Not my own magazines, other people's, like professional big magazines that go into the news agencies and stuff like that. And as well, I don't have a sample of it here. I really should get some. For years and years, I had an Etsy store. It was called Seinfeld. It's still the name of my YouTube channel. And it was a successful Etsy shop. And I took the funny memes, the pictures that you see of like Chinese signs and Japanese signs, where they get the English translations wrong.
Yeah.
And I remade those signs as actual signs for people. And I did all the manufacturing. I made them here in this room. I got the plastic and I cut out the letters with my vinyl cutting machine, and I sold thousands of those things over many years, and lots of happy customers. And I would still be doing it now if I just hadn't decided I've really got to focus 100% on this comic thing and get this thing off the ground. I'd still be going with the signs now because the demand never stopped.
So you've got the experience in pre-press, which really matters, and fulfillment for mail order.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's why when everyone says, oh, man, the mailing and the fulfillment, that's the worst. I mean, don't I know it? I was spending 60, 70% of my time dealing with international shipping and, just bagging stuff up and getting it out there, and double checking, make sure all the orders are exactly as they are, because it's actually a lot more complicated than a comic book. I had 250 items on my store, and a lot of them had options that you can choose. There's a lot of little work that goes into that stuff. I absolutely Delta Sperg. The good thing about being at my level, where I'm not talking about printing thousands of books, I'm talking about printing hundreds of books. I can afford to print double or more the amount of copies that I sell. If you have 10,000 backers, it might be a bit overkill to print 20,000 books. But if you've got 200 backers, it's pretty reasonable to print 400, 500 books. You get a much better price per unit at 500 than you do at 200. That's a damn sure. It's actually quite significant.
Yeah. I was going to address something that Delta said up earlier in the chat about the platform. Ethan did say he's still going to have his open mic stuff. And if you want to come plug there, you can do that. But he's not going to have a show where he brings someone on and say, hey, guys, I'm going to introduce you to this person, and have like a dedication to them like he did with Frege most recently, and Mitch before, and Mike, and all those guys. So that's the difference. So if you still want to get in there, just like Michael did tonight on Tug's show, you can go in there and have your 30 seconds and plug Michael's book, if you want, like David did. Good man, David. But
David. Hail David.
Hail David.
I still can't believe you did that. Thank you, brother.
Do that. But in terms of having like a dedicated promotion show, that's where he's drawing the line. And I think it's reasonable, perfectly reasonable.
I think everyone is in agreement.
And Devilfish here is right about the end of the. I'll let you read the comment, but he's right about protecting the brand. I'd say reputation and his time.
Yeah, so Devilfish says this will start people at 0 books where there was always going to be a risk of creators failing the customer. Now, over 2 years on, it makes sense for EVS to protect his brand. Yeah. EVS is getting to a point where it's like getting really serious for him now in terms of he seems to be like his subscriber numbers haven't gone up on his channel, but I'm starting to learn that really doesn't matter anything. We saw Liam in here earlier. Liam has 1,200 subs on his channel, but he gets huge numbers in his live streams. And not only are there big numbers going up, but they're engaging and they're sticking around. So subscriber counts, they starting to mean less and less to me. It's the numbers. And we've all seen that Ethan has very steadily grown in his stream numbers from the get-go.
The biggest streams have been the last 2 months, I think.
We remember it was 600 people in there. Remember, 800 people, and then it was 1,000, and then it was 1,200, and it's just continuing. And now I think it's going to get to a point where he's not going to go under 2,000.
Yeah, he's been averaging around 1,800 to 2,000, depending.
Yeah. So you're right. He does have to protect himself and
protect his folks, because people trust him.
Because he's making so much money, or at least he's bringing in so much money, he's obviously going to have big plans, and he can't do anything to jeopardize that. So I think we're all in agreement here. Then this is perfectly fine and understandable, and that we're not getting cut off. Us small guys aren't getting cut off. We're all there. There's so many channels that you can get onto, and have a full hour to spruik yourself and sell yourself, and and then like Antoine said, deliver your book in a timely fashion, and that is worth so much more than 30 minutes here on a channel here or there. It's it's good stuff. All right, what else have we got here? I wanted to plug, because this is what CG is all about. Tug spent 4 hours today chatting with people about their projects. And even though he was on Ethan's channel or someone's channel the other day, I just wanted to give a little plug back to him for the new book, his Another Case for the Littlest Umbrella. So you can sign up to that, get trading card. I didn't get. Did any of you guys get the first one? I didn't grab the first one, so
I haven't read it yet.
But you've got it?
I have it, yeah. Do I have to show it to you?
No, I believe you. I don't need the receipts. But yeah, I just wanted to give a little thank you back, because that was really cool what he did. And it seems like more guys are doing this. So like Cecil's doing it. John has obviously been doing it for a while. And I think a few bigger channels will start doing it as well. It's interesting that Ethan came out with that comment that about people who haven't fulfilled a first book yet, because that's the response I got back when I was I sent a DM to a guy who's pretty big, got a pretty big YouTube channel. That's the comment he came back to me with. He's like, "Have you brought out a book yet?" So I did give him the little, I've published things before, maybe not a comic book, but I've definitely delivered to customers before. But I haven't heard back from him, so I'm not really expecting to get on his show. But here's what it is. Here's someone who has reached out to me. You guys are aware of this?
Yes.
Hail Salad comic issue #1. See how the Hail Salad... Go on.
Only because of Tug's stream today that I stumbled across this.
Yeah, right. See how the Hail Salad crew met during the Trojan War. This looks really cool. So I don't know if it's... what is it going to be, like an actual comic book? And it says it's comic issue #1. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm not really... I'm not really sure, but Camel Moon and I might be doing a stream soon together, chatting about animation. So that sounds exciting. He reached out to me, and I'm like, hell yeah, let's do that. That sounds really cool. We can share notes. We're both doing animation, but I feel a bit embarrassed because his animation is like proper animation. he's doing really cool stuff, and I'm just sort of stitching together some Illustrator frames in a hopefully humorous way. But that was really cool for him to reach out. So he's got something going on there.
There's a whole lot of Family Guy episodes that the only thing that moves are the mouths.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I noticed when you're starting animation, I've been looking at some other stuff, and yeah, there are people that just don't move at all. I found that the more I made people move in my animations, the less I liked it. I like it when it's just one thing moving at a time. It just seemed to work better like that.
Oh, speaking of liking your animation, I told you Dofter looked at all three of your videos, and you said your videos were actually reaching beyond Comicsgate. They're addressing the greater culture. He loved them, but when he got to that blue-haired land whale at the end of the masculinity video, he was dying. He already liked the video. He already really appreciated it, but he broke down when he saw the blue-haired land whale. Just thought I'd let you know.
Can you type in the chat who that is so I can, because I can't make out from when you're saying what his name actually sounds, what it actually is. So I'll have to check that out.
He is not on YouTube or Twitter, but if you've played racing games on Xbox in the past several years, you've probably been run over by him.
Well, I haven't. So yeah, I'm not playing video games at the moment, but yeah. Dofter, okay. Is there anywhere I can check that out then, him watching them?
Oh, no. He was just standing in my living room. I showed him your
video.
Oh,
it's your friend. It's your friend. Right.
My snoring friend.
Your snoring friend. I'm getting... sorry, I thought you were talking about a YouTube guy or something. Yeah.
No,
I'm familiar with your snoring friend.
So the idea
we're all
is
very intimate familiar with your snoring friend.
The idea is that he has nothing to do with comics, and he doesn't know this culture war, and he really appreciated your stuff anyway.
Yep. I see what's going on. I see what's happening now. All right, so this is Wanger Show, the Wangcast, and they played this video at the start of their of his stream the other day.
Oh, we're live.
We're live.
Tell me if you can't hear it.
Sorry.
Back on the menu, boys.
I am so sorry. I promise we don't all think you're like that.
That's a little video that was made by Michael Bancroft.
Yeah, he's been making some fun stuff. Yeah, he's got Lucent on now. That's his campaign, Lucent.
Yeah.
Everyone loves.
I've also got a short cartoon from Animations.
Cool.
Man, I need to start making more cartoons.
Is that Josh there?
Already fall behind.
Josh and
Joe King. He's talk about animations. Have you guys seen his trailer for Slaughter Squad?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, that thing's insane.
Yeah.
And I was on a stream with him, and we asked him how long that took. He said like 6 months. And if you're just doing it by yourself and you're doing animation like that, I can believe it.
Wow.
Kyle Ritter is still the number one. Like I can't foresee anything in the future topping his animation that he did for Star Blades. Is that it?
Starblades.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like you were watching a real anime. But Joe's as well is like you're watching a real what would you call it? Like, what's that adult swim? Is that it? Yeah. One of those, adult cartoon show things. It was amazing and funny as Joe's a really cool guy. Yeah. Chaotic Neutral says Joe's a beast. Yeah. He's just, he's very like chilled out dude, kind of unassuming. But yeah, he shows that cartoon and everyone's just, their eyes, get wide open. Like, oh, what's going on here? Yeah, Alex, Starblaze, it does, doesn't it? It's so good that Marvel copied it straight away.
I was about to say that. Yeah, took the words right out of my mouth. Yep, they were all over that for their Asian line. You know,
Yeah, totally.
some people were talking about that being a little late. I don't know if everyone remembers, but Kyle got sick. He was in the hospital for a while, so
For a long while.
yeah. And on top of that, he's got all the work right now for EVS, and I think he just got behind. I think he thought he would have that little time period to work on his own book, and I think about the time he got better, he had to start working on Wrecked Planet. So we're gonna have to probably
Yeah,
wait on that one a little bit.
He's he kind of like, I don't know his workflow or anything like that, but he does seem to have a lot of work on the go. So yeah, I mean, he would. I don't know how I could possibly do the amount of level, the kind of quality of the work that he's doing. It's hard to believe that he's taken on so much work. So Alex doesn't know about this. Maybe I don't know. I can't find it, but it happened a while back that Marvel released I don't know if it's something that actually happened or if it was just a concept thing. It looks pretty far along down the track. And it was just basically a straight rip-off of Starblades. It had, the team of characters with the same style of artwork. They all had that glow. Everyone had a different colored glowing thing behind them. It was Starblades. I mean, it was Starblades. There's no ifs or buts about it. And I think they just pretty much just saw that, Carl Beast, he just nailed that concept, hit that target market right where they wanted to be hit, and they just took it because I don't know, they've got the mouse behind them, so why not?
Some people have argued that Disney has never been original because it all started with Grimm's fairy tales.
Yeah. There's there's all that argument to make, but having a kid, a daughter she loves Disney stuff. They've got to keep updating this stuff because my daughter doesn't like watching the old Disney stuff anymore. She only likes watching the new stuff, the new way of storytelling. The older way of storytelling was very slow. You could get away with so much more. The modern stories are so much more sophisticated, not only in how they're presented, but also how the stories. That's the flow of the stories as well. Antoine makes a good point. I love the animated premieres, but I find myself wondering if they make the actual books underwhelming. Yeah. That's something with Joe that I've heard people say, like, oh man, this should be a cartoon. Forget the comic, make the cartoon. And, his only response possible is, that would take me the rest of my life to do one season of Slaughter Squad.
I don't know
which would be one comic.
I don't know if you guys saw it, but speaking of one-man shows, Michael, there was this little series of 5 shorts that were put out by this one guy. They were based in the Warhammer universe. It's called Astartes. And I know that everyone's into Warhammer. It's a tabletop game for anyone that's wondering. But it has a very rich background and lore. A lot of dedicated fans, much like you'll find in Star Wars, or at least you used to find in Star Wars. And it's a bit darker than that. And this guy, I mean, it's Hollywood quality CGI and animation that he did. It's about, I think, 12 minutes altogether. But it would take him about 6 months to do each one. But it's remarkable to see that someone did that by himself. And people are just like, what is this guy on? It seems almost magical. But for mere mortals, it'd probably take years and years. But yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of talent out there, but there has to be a kind of a line, doesn't there? At what point do you realize, is it worth spending all these days and nights for months and months and months to put out my 12 minute short? But I don't know. I mean, if he loves doing it, then more power to him. Yeah,
it was crazy.
It reminds me of the guys who remade the scene from Star with Darth Vader and Obi-Wan, the fight scene, and kind of updated it to the modern, to make it more of a modern scene, an actual fight. And that was amazingly well done. It wasn't perfect, but it was pretty cool. And yeah, the amount of time and effort some people put into this stuff for nothing other than just they love doing it.
Yeah, there's a lot that comes out of passion. It's I don't know. It's overwhelming sometimes when you see how well something is done.
Yeah, like the Lucent. Yeah, like you just work on something for a decade, start drawing years and years and years, and yeah, and then eventually, the time is right. You strike.
Michael,
Wait
I'm glad
like a
you picked
snake
up
in
on
the
that thread.
grass.
I was trying to set you up. And you got there.
I'm getting better at this.
The one man show themes,
Yeah. I'm not Vinny T, but I'm getting Vinny T won't miss a beat. Like if he sees any opportunity to plug his book, you just sit there and you wait. It's coming through the woods. It's in. He's in there. He's knocking on his book. It's a thing to watch.
Actually, I haven't been able to open my mail, and I'm probably I've got 9 pieces of mail here to open, and I think all of them are Comicsgate.
What?
And one of them is, well, I've had a busy week, so
how do you do that? I come home from work and just rip them open.
Yeah, as soon as I walk inside, go to the kitchen counter, it's like, all right, here we go.
Well, I've been live streaming with some guy who's selling a book that I think is worthwhile. It's called The Lucent.
Right.
You could be opening up books right now. We wouldn't know.
I'm trying not to make too much noise.
Mute up.
We like your noise. It keeps the show. It keeps it very off the cuff.
Or you could be like me.
Vinny's book is obviously here. So.
You could be like me and just laugh into the stream at something else you're looking at because you forgot to mute. You could do that.
No, I'm good at forgetting to mute. Anyway,
speaking of getting mail, I got some mail today, Poland. You might be interested in not snail mail, but email.
Oh yes.
So I've been in contact with the man himself, the man that you have requested. The Roro.
Yes. Oh.
The Gaylord.
The Gaylord. Yeah. Yeah, I got in touch with him. And he got in touch back. And yes, I did as you requested. Subject line was a big capital letters. Debate me.
Yes. That's awesome. He's actually.
And it worked. He got back to me straight away. Yeah, he's a really seems like a really nice guy in his email.
He is. He is. People don't give him enough credit. They really don't. They take the character and they act and the kayfabe, as John used to call it all the time. They take that to heart. But if you get him in a serious setting, I mean, he's a straight shooter.
I wasn't able to watch yesterday's show because it hadn't uploaded yet. So I watched the one before with the Unstitched guy. Did you see that one?
Oh yeah.
The kids book. And yeah, I was laughing, and my wife was like, "What are you watching?" So she caught a glimpse of the Gaylord, and yeah, she was laughing too. Yeah, he said something like, he was saying like, "So what's your obsession with children?" Or something like that. Why are you so obsessed with the kids? Something like that. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, they did upload a segment of the D Live stream to their War Campaign YouTube channel, but you can also go watch the D Live replay as well.
Okay, I'll go on to D Live. Yeah, I'll do that. I'm still figuring all that stuff out.
But
I clicked. Yeah, go on.
I was going to say I have a clip pulled up that's 2 minutes long from their stream last night that I think is worth a view.
Oh yeah, put it up.
It is hilarious. All right, give me 1 second. Let me clear out this monitor so I don't dox myself. All right, here we go.
Delta says he uploaded just the last hour on YouTube today. All right, well, I'll check that out too. All right.
All right, so this is from last night's stream. And this is George, the Muppet King. This guy's been on EVS's show before. He was on D Live with them, and he is quite.
I recognize the name.
Yeah,
I recognize the name.
And they asked him towards the end to turn on his camera, and this is what ensued. So here we go.
I don't know if we're hearing anything. If you're hearing something, no, we're not hearing anything.
That was an eye.
Yeah, it is. Hold on.
Have you clicked the sound button? The audio little tick box.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, that thing.
That's easy to miss. My goodness. Okay.
It is. That's what I'm saying. That's what happens every time.
Oh, Kirby.
That's George's character.
Oh yeah, I know this guy.
Yeah,
I know this avatar.
Oh, okay.
I want to look at you. No, I want to.
Let's listen.
We need to feel you.
I want to see you. Like I'm just. Yeah. All right. Okay.
You need to reach out your hand and go to Robo.
Okay, there you go. I'm doing.
God.
Okay. I'm doing Nagilum from season 1. Start.
What is this? It's nostril.
Oh, dude. Holy fuck, bro. I just lost it. Oh my god.
It's never ending.
That's good right there. Okay. Now we can talk to that.
No.
Talk to his, I hope that's his eye.
I'm gonna pee in my pants.
Bro.
I can't breathe.
I know. I fucking lost it. I just lost it. I think I came back from space though. I think I made it. I think I lived through the experience. I
It
think.
keeps moving.
I can't breathe.
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. George.
That was far out, man.
Yeah, that would have been something to see live, huh?
It was quite the thing to see live. My goodness.
And did he stay like that the whole time?
That was at the very end of the stream. But they had been exploring his website, his own personal website he has up. And it is, talk about going to Wonderland. My gosh. I think everyone was wanting to click their heels as soon as they started to dive into that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Delta's right. It was a climax of 4 hours. Continuous climax.
Oh god, man. So I have to go into D Live to see that, do I?
You don't have to sign up. I don't have an account. You can just watch the replay.
Okay. All right, I'll do that. When I finally get some time to do some drawing or whatever, I will go check that out because it sounds like it's worth my time.
Yeah, those guys know to have fun. So
Yeah.
you need a good laugh. You need to pick me up. Go seek out the war campaign streams.
Yeah, there's just. I mean, I kind of watch whatever's on at the time. Like I do like watching streams once they've, if they're good streams and they've already happened. But I do love watching them live. I do like that. That instant feeling. You feel like you're part of it. You're watching an actual show. You can leave a comment. You can chat with people in the chat. So if I miss it, it's just, it's going to be less less likely that I'm going to go back and watch the replay unless someone talks about it and says something cool happened in it. When the background first came alive, I thought it was a vagina.
That's why they kept saying, "I hope that's his eye."
Yeah. It was an eye. Thingo doesn't get struck. Oz Art doesn't get struck for his sneaky clam. I mean, that is very suggestive, highly suggestive. So that's good. That's good. We got to figure out how to have some fun like that on our show every day. That's the good stuff right there.
The link's in the chat for anyone that wants to see the full replay.
No, I'm traumatized enough.
Yeah, well, I like it, guys. Have you guys got anything when you want to talk about? Because that's pretty much my full slate. Ethan was actually had some other he was talking about some other stuff on his Twitter today. He was giving out bullet points, and I didn't read them yet, but it looked like people were looking at them.
Yeah, he was talking about.
Here we go. He's talking about
going against the traditional model. Yep, this is a good read.
My instincts about successful crowdfunding go against everything we're used to from the mainstream, but a lot of comics gators seem to kind of aspire to bend back towards that model. Yes, that's what we were talking about earlier, wasn't it? People want to go back to that old way, old doing things. Direct to consumer, the most control and the most profit. Distribution means more sales, less money.
Michael, can I interject here real quick? I think this is a vital point because I keep hearing, even today when I was on Discord, I kept hearing about the dynamite stuff. This is why I'm not worried about the dynamite. The dynamite is just a means to an ends for Ethan. Because look at this, number one. Distribution means more sales for him and more money coming back to him because he's doing it himself. Mm-hmm. So I don't think we're in any danger of them taking over. You know, they may sell lesser versions of his premium products that we get later, or like side projects like these vamp covers, but you know, which are some people's bag. You know, you collect them, for instance, and I have I think I have one of them somewhere around here, but you know, I think that's why I think the dynamite thing has been a little bit of an overreaction. You know, if they're willing to work with him to make certain practical things easier, I think that's cool because, you know, he does need the help in some capacity. But I think this direct consumer point kind of shoots that down. You know, where a lot of people are fearing that he's going to go sail with them or something.
Are a lot of people flipping out about the diamond thing? Are they thinking it's spelling the end?
There's been some talk about how dynamite is, you know, when he declared dynamite being CG on Liam's stream and then came back and clarified that they're kind of the next phase, you know, because there was that first phase of Comicsgate that was kind of just like the critique, and you know, those guys got left behind. And I think some people are afraid history is going to repeat, and some people are going to get left behind when, like, the upper echelon of Comicsgate, you know, kind of like ascends, for a lack of a better term, to you know, like a dynamite or something like that. But I don't think that's likely. I think there's way too much when you're at their level, like Ethan's level. I think there's way too much profit to be made as you continue to do it yourself and have complete control. You know, he doesn't want to go back and share that with anyone again.
No, that's what that was the point I was making earlier as well. Like, what could conceivably convince even someone like Dan Frager, who's still on his first campaign and it hasn't even run its course yet? Like, what could conceivably convince him to go back to that model where he has to, give away half to a distributor and then pay fees to a publisher and then, have contracts, distribution contracts. It just doesn't make any sense.
It sounds like too many hands because even here there's still costs of doing business.
Yeah, that's right. And the reason why that model existed in the first place is only because there was no alternative. You couldn't get your works direct to the public out before. That didn't exist. There was no mechanism or maybe there was half the mechanism here and the other half over there, but there was nothing to link it all together like there is now. So, and now there is. And we're really only seeing kind of probably the first phase of crowdfunding. Crowdfunding's only been around like this in this form for the past decade or so. This is the start of it. Who knows what kind of innovations and technologies are going to pop up in the future. They could just completely wipe out so many, like just make it completely ridiculous to go back to the old way. I'm not worried. I don't know. For the Dynamite stuff, like I just like the cool covers. I just like, Ethan puts up these awesome covers, and I just want them. I just think they look really cool, and they do. They look cool on my wall.
Yeah.
To me, I'm just like buying an Ethan poster. That's how I viewed it.
Yeah, backing Ethan.
That's right. Yeah. It's got. I didn't really care who's it with. Obviously, maybe Ethan wouldn't go with some SJW people who saying CG's a hate cult, but like Dynamite and Vampirella didn't really factor into it much at all for me. I just thought they were really cool covers, and that's why I got them.
And what's funny is that it has to get in the crawl of people like Gail, who still work for them on kind of a contract basis, knowing that they're also paying Ethan,
Right.
But they have no choice but to be there.
Do people have an issue with that Dynamite hires people like Gail?
I think that is part of it, Michael. But for me, they're almost mutually exclusive, because what Ethan's doing is completely on his own merit because he's been so successful here with Comicsgate. And if Nick wants to help out Ethan with some of the licensing and back-end stuff, I don't see a problem with it. And to the contrary, I think it actually pains people like Gail that Ethan has become so successful on his own that he's getting the attention of Dynamite, but he doesn't actually need them. She does need them. So she has to be associated with a company that's also dealing with Ethan, which, has to get in her crawl pretty bad.
Absolutely. And they sought him out, not he went to them. Correct?
I believe it was a mutual thing.
I don't know.
I think for the cover, they sought them out. Yeah.
It must. A lot of things must stick in her crawl, and the likes. People like her because with this coronavirus thing, there's going to be a lot of businesses who are going to be taking a lot closer look at the books, at the finances, and seeing that maybe they were a little bit cavalier with this whole indulging these types of people purely ideologically, just to own the Republicans or the conservatives or whatever. They just want to thumb their nose or whatever, give a big finger to people who are anti-SJW or whatever, and they're willing to take a hit.
And in Marvel's and in Marvel's history, it's a little bit different from that, where they really may never be able to come back, because it was I think it was Cebulski who hired Salma Amanat, from a family of activists, with a deliberate instruction that he hired her in order to change things. And when she said, "I've never worked in comics," and RJ, the Fourth Age, really documented this out real well about how he wants you to change things. Okay, well, now that that's a big mistake, but it's what CB Cebulski wants and he likes it, you got to get rid of Cebulski and Quesada and everybody else, not just Amanat, to bring Marvel back. I think Marvel's just going to be toast.
Well, the Marvel, and I don't know about DC, but Marvel is in a kind of a unique position compared to everyone else, because they're probably just got the mouse is just kind of looking after them no matter what. Mm-hmm. And they clearly have their own agenda, like the Fourth Age talks about. They clearly have their own agenda to kind of control the scholastic market and all that sort of subsidiary stuff. Get their funny little characters into bookstores but any kind of smaller publisher, like take IDW for example.
They're not profitable.
No, and this coronavirus thing is just going to really, it already has, just really bring that to the fore.
Well, Antoine, what I meant by that is that if we become so successful as Comicsgate, as a consumer movement that has supported the creators that are actually producing the work that we want, because it's based on quality and merit, and it ends up supplanting the mainstream, I think that's a win. I think that's a win. That's what I'm going for. It doesn't necessarily have to be that we take over Marvel and DC, but they become irrelevant. And people want Ethan's books. They want John Malin's books. They want War Campaign's books, So
Yeah. Who knows? It just seems to be growing and growing over here, and there's more people, more energy, despite what sorry, I just burped into the mic. Despite what the antis will tell you, there's just so many good things happening. And did you see that?
Well, you're coming through.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Did you
Did we see?
Antoine's saying like he can't hear us talking because of the office shenanigans going on.
Well, that's no good.
In the background.
You told me to open my mail. Sorry, Antoine. I apologize.
Open your mail if your mic muted. Do it right.
Yeah, like that Gail tweet where she kind of took a passive aggressive swipe at saying, "Oh, has Comicsgate even put out anything in the last month?" And everyone was shooting her examples. Then she very quickly was going, "Oh well, I was just asking. Maybe they have put out a lot of good books." Kind of walking it back, because I guess they just assumed that there's people in those threads. If you go to that thread that Gal started, there's people in there that are saying things like, CG even put out more than a couple of books in 3 years.
Yeah.
So,
I think no matter what channel, these books come through, I think it's a good thing when it's being done by these guys, as long as they keep sight of what got us here originally. I mean, I think people forget that Zach originally wanted to put Jawbreakers through Antarctic Press in comic shops, But he was blocked from doing that. And he wanted to do the crowdfunding on top of it. He wanted to go both routes. I think he wanted to kind of do the Red Rooster model where you have the premium product on Indiegogo and then you have the kind of floppy newspaper print or whatever in the stores or whatever print he would use. But, I think we forget kind of how it started. But now with the coronavirus and everything, I mean, yeah, maybe it seems like a moot point at this juncture. But because now it's like accelerated the decline. But, like EVS said to Donnie Cates, he said, "I want to beat you guys, I want to beat you."
Hilarious when he said that.
Yeah.
I love how EVS has fuck you money now. He just says whatever the hell he wants.
I'm waiting for that animation, Michael. I want to beat you. Just pointing at the camera.
Oh, man. Donnie Cates animation. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like that time has passed, maybe, though. I don't know. House of Art, I don't know why you were blocked from posting. I'm just sitting here in my Streamlabs. I don't know what's going on with YouTube.
Antoine, I do agree with that. The 2 years, that's a bit much. But I think as people learn, I think you're going to see that abbreviated quite a bit as people are getting a hang of the process. And as other people come up and they can actually consult people who have come before, I think you'll see that this becomes more refined. Definitely.
Yeah, especially if you are someone who's doing this full time. Like if you're like a lot of us, like me, we have jobs and other commitments. So I draw before work and after work. That's how I have always gotten my book done. It's a big commitment, but it is what it is, and there's no other way for me to do it. But yeah, if you are that's your job, man. 2 years is. You're right. It is a black eye, and we all have to kind of wear it, don't we? But again, play devil's advocate. A lot of people, it is their first kind of outing,
which is
crowdfunding.
Which is a perfect segue for point 2.
Let's get back to
infrequency.
Can you read it? I've just got to. I don't
Yeah,
know if you
absolutely.
can read it anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, I just got to turn my light on.
Right. And frequency. It's not that I doubt you can do 12 books per year, but it'll result in overexposure and boredom. Doing fewer, longer books, 1 or 2 per year, will create anticipation and enthusiasm. It's the J.K. Rowling model. Serialized novels do this, and we should do it too.
And okay, so once again, Zach is a counterexample to something that's going on because he's doing lots of books per year, but he's an exception because they're different titles.
They are different. There is some time between Jawbreaker titles, for instance, and there is some time between Iron Sight's titles. So,
yeah, like the build up, Why did Cecil's book go off like it did? Why did Wreck Planet go off like it did? Why did Dan's book go off like it did? And why didn't Zach's book go off like I think it should have? It's because there was a campaign for months and months, just kind of talking about it every day, building that hype, for what's coming. I was the 6th backer on Cash Grab. Still proud of that. I got in there just straight away. And by the time I'd hit, purchase, there were, 100 and so behind me instantly because the build up, the hype was just so big. And you're not going to be able to do that every month. I mean, it doesn't work at all. You're not going to, there's no time. And exactly like he says there, it just becomes overexposure. You can't be campaigning and building that hype non-stop, which is what you'd have to be doing. It would be just like a never-ending hype train. And if you're always hyped, you're never hyped. There's got to be the build-up and then the release. And then the fun. I mean, there's so much fun that comes out of it. Like when Cash Grab went berserk like it did, that was such a fun time. Everyone was like, oh my God, we're like, these madmen, they actually did it. The system worked in that sense. But you can't just like do a build up for a month, release a book, and then basically have to start all again straight away. That's all I want to say. Like I think that's exactly right.
Zach's got a little bit of a machine going right now. He's got different teams and different projects he's working on. He's almost like a project manager at this point. I mean, of course, he does the writing for a lot of his books, but he's got a little bit of a ball rolling right now. So Zach is a very unique guy in that way.
Yeah. I'm just hoping that it doesn't kind of just start fading away for him. I mean, Ethan was saying to him yesterday, you've got to get back onto streams.
I think that's where he's falling off right now, honestly, because he had such a big following in late 17 and all throughout 18 because it was the fire was hot. Everyone had that fire in their belly that they wanted to strike back at the people that had cast them out of comics, and they went and rallied around Jawbreakers, and then right after that Cyberfrog. So the iron was hot then. But the thing is, Zach has kind of been riding that wave since. He does his uploads every day, which is good, but only a few thousand people see that. Ethan has been consistent with the streams. He's been in touch with his audience this whole time, and you can see it reflected in their campaigns. Ethan's he's approaching 800K on his second book. So I think Zach needs to come back and, get back in touch with the people again, kind of refresh everyone, say like, hey guys, I'm here. I'm Comicsgate. I'm proud, but I don't know if it'll happen.
Well,
I don't see that happening.
That brings up a little bit of the recent Zach pseudo controversy. But I had some thoughts about that earlier today, but I don't think they fit this flow we're in right now. If we could bring that up later, I'd appreciate it, except it's a bit of an explanation. And Antoine had something there that, 2 books taking 2 years is just kind of ridiculous, especially with so many people who know what they're doing now, who are in contact with people who know less of what they're doing now. I really think when I would look at Ethan and I kind of watch him talk, that is when I look over and actually see him talk. He's frustrated and annoyed with letting customers down. He really doesn't want to do that again.
Yeah. If he, like, he's obviously got a lot planned for the rest of his career. If he bungles the timing on this one, that is going to hurt him hard. We're all sort of in his fan base, and he has some very loyal people in there. But to do it twice would be a big problem. So I think he's probably got his eye very closely on his workflow and how long the print runs are going to take, and how long the whole fulfillment is going to take. And now he has an idea of how long it's going to take, whereas before he was probably just flying blind and hoping more than anything that he can just kind of get it done in a certain time frame, and not really knowing whether or not that was feasible.
Antoine, I was about to type again, but just to follow up with what I just typed out, Zach is a very analytical guy. He's very numbers driven. So if he starts to see things kind of falling off, I mean, he's almost obsessed with watching numbers and keeping track of things. I mean, you hear him talk about in his videos. Every time he launches a campaign, he's comparing it day by day to previous campaigns. So if he sees that he needs a jolt, I think it will force his hand. I think he'll have no choice but to change his behavior, because above everything else, Zach wants to continue to be successful more so than I just want to do it my way, So he's going to go where the success is. And I think that will force his hand to come back.
Yeah, I wonder how many people who are watching his uploads every day on sort of mainstream reviews are actually the people who are still out there buying books. I think the people who are out there are like us, who are actually, continuously buying CG books. I know I've kind of moved on from that, and you can look at his numbers on his review shows. So have a lot of people. So I would love to hear from Zach more on the streams. He's great on the streams. That's what I don't understand. He's got a lot of energy. He's funny. He just obviously he's in his rhythm, and he's doing his Zach thing.
Yeah, I can understand where he's coming from with, in a way, never having wanted to be part of a movement, but just wanting to see change. And so, he's fully on board with what CG stands for, but then when it comes to some of the analysis and especially the grab and ore rules, they never applied to him.
No, I mean, he's I think he's like that. What's that? It's from a movie where it's like, you've done enough. You've done enough.
I think people see him as the trailblazer. He kind of cleared the beach, so to speak.
Yeah, or though it was Zach and Ethan chatting, they were talking about the money in the middle of the field, and all you have to do is go grab it now.
Yeah.
And if that's the metaphor, then it was Zach and Ethan who cleared that field out. There was a lot of debris on there. There were landmines and booby traps, and those guys really did put their their sanity, their comfort, their privacy, and in Ethan's sense, his career on the line.
Yeah, I think
we're hearing you again, Samurai.
I thought I muted. Sorry.
I think also, if someone reaches out to Zach and says, "Hey, can you look over my campaign page, or do you have any advice?" I think he will, reach back out to you, and say, "Hey, these are the things I would do." And he seems like the type of guy that would, and he does. If he finds a campaign really compelling, he will shout it out. He was talking about Earthbound. He talked about Last Patrol is a book that he highlighted recently that he liked.
Yep.
So he will do it, but it just takes reaching out to him. And he also wants to hire people as well. So if you're someone that you don't feel like you have the legs to do it on your own, he's actively said he's hiring people to come work with him. So there's that as well. So he's providing it in a different way since he doesn't bring people on his channel. But
yeah, and Antoine says he's the way he is because he loves the comic industry so much. That may be the case. Yeah, and I think that's probably it. Like he's just out of all of those guys, you know, he's just is the one who just can't seem to let go of it. Because I'd been out for so long already. I was out in the mid-90s, and I was only buying back issues for a long time sporadically, and he's the one who got me back into buying new issues. So I just it was super easy for me to say, well, that's it. You know, there's so much good stuff in CG. Why wouldn't I back Vinny or Adam Post or Carlo Rowe? Why wouldn't I back them? Why wouldn't I spend my money on those guys? Like, why would I spend my money on this book from Marvel or Image, even if it's really good? Because, you know, Carl's book's fantastic by the looks of it.
Right.
And I really like the guy, and he's out. I really agree with the kind of things that he's saying, and it's helping Comicsgate. It's legitimizing Comicsgate and building us up by me putting money into the whole network. So, but yeah, Zach seems to have a bit of a different perspective on the whole thing.
Well, I think as someone that was there from the very beginning, he's kind of in a unique position because he took the plunge, and he was the first one to take the plunge, you know.
Alex brings up a point. He's not going to promote Jawbreakers if he isn't present on Twitter to promote it himself. This is kind of how Twitter works. I retweet people's stuff. You know, I don't know if I've ever gone out of my way to kind of grab a thing. Maybe I have for Zach or someone a couple of times, but it's not my normal thing that I do. The creator will put out a tweet with their art and their link, and then I'll retweet it. That's how Twitter works. And if Zach isn't on Twitter for me to do that, the likelihood that I'm going to go to his campaign page, take an image, save it to my desktop, go over to Twitter, you know, put that on, find the links. It's just, I think is kind of, that's the other side. The whole get off Twitter, guys. It's a thingo. It's the public square. So that's where we're all kind of hanging out, for better or worse. I understand that people have a real problem with it because of what it brings out of people. But again, you don't have to engage. You really don't.
Yeah.
No, I'm flipping through some of Alex's comments that I missed. Again, apology to Antoine for making too much noise.
That's awesome, Delta.
But this grab an oar was meant to be like a Viking galley with Poppy Malin whipping you. Yeah, I want to talk about that a little bit more later, if that's okay, after we get through some of Ethan's tweet stuff.
Sure.
And then, and it's controversies that weren't really controversies, and our heads are all in the wrong place. We need to calm down. That's the point I want to get at eventually. But I'm not going to promote Jawbreakers if he. Sorry, what's that?
I think we've been trying to push that theme definitely over our last couple of streams. That coming back. Come together, like the old Beatles song,
Yeah.
Come together
over comic books.
Over the
over CG.
But Alex, I really don't blame you for not wanting to promote him if he isn't promoting it himself, other than at the intro of every YouTube video he makes. And I don't blame you, but it's one of those things where you and I don't have to argue about that either. I can say, okay, that's your choice. That's your thing. My thing in particular with Zach's books is I don't go out of my way. As you said, Mike, I was actually thinking the same words when you said that. Going out of my way to promote books because he doesn't need me. And it's just that simple. I really don't go out of my way to promote Cyberfrog too much. I did engage with Vicky before I knew what evil she was on the day Wrecked Planet was there. I saw who she was pestering, so I did the whole take over the argument so other people get left alone thing. And I did that with her. But other than that, I mean, the people who don't need help promoting, I pretty much leave them alone and just look for other people who should be noticed. And so, neither Alex nor I will promote Jawbreakers, but for totally different reasons. And there's no reason for us to argue with each other over each other's reasons.
There's no animus there. Hashtag no animus.
Stop that.
But this brings us, this is another perfect segue to Ethan's third point about marketing. Good job, Blue.
Thank
I like
you.
where your head's at.
Thank you. It's on my shoulders, attached.
Number 3, marketing. That's the key component missing from the indie comic scene. Anyone can get published, anyone can fulfill, but getting the word out and creating a buzz is vital. Keeping yourself out there and on everyone's mind should be the purpose of your social media. Yeah, absolutely. And Alex said that Maya got off Twitter because he received so much backlash. Yeah, I can't speak on that. I don't. Maybe Twitter just got completely unworkable for Zach in terms of it was no longer a functioning app just because he couldn't interact with anyone because all his notifications are just full of people wanting to take a dump on him. But as well, if you go back and remember what Zach was like on Twitter, he was very antagonistic. He would get into it with people. So yeah, he I'm sure, I'm absolutely 100% sure he did receive a shit ton of backlash and people were stalking him and all kinds of crazy stuff. But there are people on Twitter who somehow make it work, who are controversial figures, who must get tons of backlash. And I'm talking people with hundreds of thousands of Twitter followers, people in the sort of political sphere, sort of culture war figures who must get a ton of hate, genuine hate, because Twitter is still a leftist controlled space. Somehow they make it work, and those people are still the people who are in the public eye. Everyone who either got kicked off Twitter or left voluntarily, gradually they do sort of, it becomes out of sight, out of mind. And that's, I think, what EVS is saying here.
I think if Zach was to come back and do like a Splato Comics Twitter page, I think that would be a prudent move, and just use it for promotion. Just throw your links out there. Tell the big guys like EVS about it and have them retweet it. And then there you go. And you just have a promotion thing. Because back then, I think Zach's Twitter went from 2017 Zach, who was the culture warrior, and he was out there always getting into those fights, to I'm promoting my book. And he can never really lose the controversy from the Diversity in Comics handle. So I think if he's to go back out with Splato Comics and, kind of reboot it just as a promotion Twitter, I think that could work.
Absolutely. It's he'd get 6,000 followers straight away if it was confirmed that this was Zach tweeting, and it was purely promotional. It was sort of like how people treat Instagram a lot, where people don't really get into too much discussions. They just kind of post art and stuff, and he could just be purely promoting. He's got a lot of stuff to promote, got a lot of books on the go. And I would be aware. Like, I had no idea Jawbreakers was dropping. I don't really keep up with where he's at with his different projects because, I don't watch as many videos as he's used to. I used to watch them every day, but then, I just kind of got over the mainstream stuff. House of Art says, if you're on side with CG in public, you have to grow a thick skin. I'm not a creator. I get attacked every time I talk about it. Got thrown out of Facebook pages because I talked about Cyberfrog. It's funny because, I don't know, maybe it's just me. I get very little of anything. It's Twitter to me is almost exclusively positive. It's just good people that I interact with, kind of sharing each other's work, complimenting each other's art, and talking about Comicsgate. It's mostly positive, and I don't know why that's happening to me, and you guys are getting attacked for just even mentioning Comicsgate. I mention Comicsgate all the time. I've put out tweets saying stuff like "Hell yeah, I'm Comicsgate" and put the link into my comic on it, and Ethan shared it, and it got hundreds of likes and that sort of stuff. I didn't get any backlash at all from anyone. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just lucky in that sense. I don't know.
Apparently, the chat wants you drunk.
That's
Message me when Mike is 3 to 4 whiskeys deep. All right. You want me to drink again?
Not
I will.
really.
It won't be, trust me, it won't be like yesterday because that just that
I
threw
thought
me
you would be
down.
getting more sober over time, and you were getting drunker over time, and you hadn't had more to drink. I was going, that's some slow absorption there.
Yeah, well, it was. I don't know. I don't know if Brad is the only one who wants me to drink, then I don't know.
Michael, did you see what Antoine and Delta said
What are
about
we going on here?
about the secondhand Twitter, so to speak?
Yeah.
Just have
Is
someone
that
else
this
run
one?
it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Like it would be a lot more valuable if we knew it was Zach, kind of doing the tweets. But it's not like it's not worthless if he's not doing it. If he's just like just a splutter Twitter and someone is doing it. But
Right. I mean, he could even like forward the message to the person and say, "Hey, this is what I want you to post." So it would be from him. He would just be removed from the feedback, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Oh, that's how it works in a lot of places.
I mean, yeah, just look at the president's Twitter.
No.
You don't think
Yeah,
he
yeah.
posted that?
Every time
I
I go
don't
on
know.
the president's Twitter-
Sometimes I think it is him. I don't know. It's
I mean, it definitely is. But what I'm saying is that he doesn't. He gets, it's like a freaking battleground of tens of thousands of people on that thing. He just puts it out there. He's like, "Yep." This is what I think.
that's the thing. That's actually a big thing. He doesn't fight back. People will say stuff to him, and he doesn't come back. And I'm a bit the same like that. If someone has something negative to say directly to me, like they've added me straight back, I just don't respond. You don't have to respond. It just goes away.
See, that's the big one. You don't have to respond. And so many people are pardon me for mind reading a little bit. I don't know how else to phrase this. It's fear of losing an argument. No. Bancroft has it. You don't have to respond.
Yeah. And I think.
Well, yeah, you never win an argument on Twitter, though. How are you ever going to win an argument? It's like you could be the most correct anyone has ever been in the history of all time, and the other person will just say,
"You're a bigot."
Oh, they'll just post some kind of
"You're a Nazi."
Stupid. It could be anything. There's no way to win. There's no one's ever been convinced of anything on Twitter. They have their mind up and they're there to argue. So that's why you're exactly right. You just walk away, and maybe that's why my Twitter is so nice and friendly. I enjoy logging onto Twitter.
It's great.
Well, when I first started my Twitter, now granted, I came into Comicsgate by accident after I got back into comic books in January of 2018, like right after New Year's. I was poking around online and discovered Zach, I think literally the weekend or the weekend prior to Mark Waid committing the tortious interference against him. So it was like simultaneous there, or the week prior. I discovered Zach, and through Zach kept seeing the cyberfog word, and there's that. So I didn't get on Twitter right away. I didn't want a Twitter. I actually got a Twitter account for other reasons, basically to have fun making review videos. And I'm learning a lot from my review videos, other than that they suck. The videos, not the books. And so, here's this Twitter thing. I finally get into it before I followed anybody. Here we go. Sid. Wait, which whiskey is that?
That's a new one. So I just opened up a new bottle. These are like these little sample bottles that my father-in-law bought me or gave me. So yeah, I'm just tasting this as a new one. Never tasted it before. Brad, because you forced me into this. We always cheers to evil. To evil.
What's the story behind that, Michael? You don't seem like an evil guy.
It's on The Simpsons. It's a Simpsons episode where I think it's Camp Krusty, and I think it's Camp Krusty, but these guys kind of are using all the kids to do these things, and afterwards, when their plans all going well, they sit back and they relax with a drink, and they say, "Gentlemen, to evil," and we've just always done that.
Gotcha.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I got distracted by myself. Before I even followed anybody, I blocked a whole bunch of people. And it was because of that time I'd spent following the community in general, where I just knew, okay, Renfamous blocked. I hadn't even followed EVS yet, and I blocked Renfamous. And then I found her alt accounts and blocked those. And maybe that's why my Twitter is mostly peaceful, other than me. I make it a little unpeaceful now and then. But if people, want to come along and say, oh, here's Blue Samurai. Wait, I'm blocked. I've never interacted with him. Yeah, I don't do blockchains, but I have seen other people misbehave, and I kind of give their account a glance and see what they're about. And I just say, you know what? I'm not even going to bother. They might never know I exist, but I'll just stop it now. And so I have blocked probably about 6 people who've never interacted with, just because of seeing them behave. And that's after Twitter, or sorry, after I got Twitter. When I first started it, I had a list of people to just get rid of before I started following anyone.
Yeah. I don't really block people unless they're properly, abusive. Only a couple of people that just wouldn't go away. You do slip up and you find yourself in a bit of an argument, and I'm just like, yo, all right, that's your opinion. I got mine. Have a nice day. I'm going to go back to work now. And they just won't give up, and it's just bang, 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 just one after the other. And you're like, do these people have a life? What's going on? So yeah, I'll block them then. But I just unfollowed people when I first got onto. I've been on Twitter for ages, like way back since Gamergate. So I think I closed that account, opened up a new account, and just I was following comic people, just anyone into comics, web comics, whatever. And yeah, 90% of the people would just they thems with pink hair, and just almost all their Twitter was talking about how awesome and amazing girls are and how awful men are. So I was like, all right, so I got like kind of unfollowing some people. And then and then eventually, so Comicsgate sort of started to percolate, and so I just started following everyone who seemed, of that kind of mind. And a lot of them, I had a kind of that, that kind of Twitter relationship with. I follow them, they follow me, we chat from time to time, and it turns out a lot of those guys ended up being antis. So I had them, in my Twitter for a long time, and then just, even though I sort of felt some sort of, I guess you call it misplaced loyalty to keep following them, it just got just too much. It was just non-stop negativity. And so I'd be having fun in my feed, and then all of a sudden I'd come across this thread where it's like, I mean, I don't want to block them just because they don't like EVS or whatever. They have their opinions, but it's just making up stories and just negative. They couldn't be happy. There's no fun. There's no one having jokes. It's like the opposite of following all the war campaign guys. It's like the polar opposite. No one's having any fun. It's just nonstop griping and moaning. Those I had to unfollow.
I've preemptively blocked in the past month were those ones where just they have to find somebody to go after, and I don't think they know I exist, and I just say, well, okay, you're not going to find me anyway.
Yeah, well, these guys, I don't know if they know I exist, but we used to follow each other, and so I unfollow them, and just kind of like, okay, we're just going to part ways now. And some of them were the ones that were calling me a super scumbag, CG scumbag for trying to make money off the death of Stan Lee or something. So it's funny to see kind of where their head's at now. After the kind of, it's been 6 months or a year since I unfollowed them. But I just my Twitter's just full. I unfollowed a whole bunch of people. I used to follow like 2,500 people, and I was just I've got to clean this up because it's just unmanageable. And all I want is just the good vibes when I get onto Twitter. So I that's all I really experience when I get on there. Now that I've got the kind of the good people there, and it's all just talking comics and having fun and promoting things, and you can do it. You just got to I guess you just got to know how to do it.
Well, speaking of promote, you want to flip through your artwork?
One sec. Let's just finish off this Comic Artist Pro Secrets Twitter thread. So number 4, platform. Your YouTube and Twitter can't just be non-stop ads for your product. You must create entertainment and draw viewership. Shill streams are dull and don't sell comics. No, well, hang on, Ethan. This is the chill out stream. Hopefully people understand that is tongue in cheek. We're not just here to talk about my comic nonstop.
I think he caught on to you, Michael.
He did.
He's
I thought
calling
it was
you
a clever
out.
name. Let's chill out. Get it?
I get it. I think Ethan got it and he said, nope, I don't want it.
He did. He's like that. He's like he'll tell you, straight up if you think something doesn't work. 95% of your channel should be fun and informative with 5% ads for your comic. Yeah. Some people put their trailer at the start of each one of their videos. Like Adam Post does that. I just fast forward, Adam, if you ever end up seeing this. But maybe you're doing it for the people who haven't seen it. So
yeah,
I just you can hit J or L or something, and you can skip by in lots of 10 seconds. So I just hit that 5 times.
I think Ethan was talking about that he got thousands of backers when he started doing his uploads again, like outside of streams, and he was putting in the Wrecked Planet enunciate promo at the end, I think, or maybe it's at the beginning. I forget.
I think, I don't know. Maybe I'll put it at the beginning. I don't know. I don't care. Let's we'll try something out. But I haven't uploaded like a normal video in a while now, just because I'm just doing all this. But when I get sort of back into a rhythm and start doing that again, I'll try that out.
Yeah, he was saying that people who can't catch the streams and just go to watch his uploads, that really helps with those folks.
They might be completely different people too.
Yeah, absolutely.
His videos, he really needs to. I mean, I know he has so much to do, but those videos, like the Star Wars ones or the ones where he just reads an article, he's just got a real knack for that. They're hilarious. He must get so many views on those.
I miss those.
Yeah, so do I. But yeah, he's exactly right there. That's what I found. When I first started YouTube, I thought, okay, well, I'll do a talk about something, and then I got a few people watching. Maybe I got 100 subscribers, so I thought, okay, it's time to capitalize on this, and I'll put up a video that's just about the Lucent, and we're talking like views in the single digits. So I was like, okay, no, people really just want to be entertained. Like, get the people in, get them to know you, get them to like you. And then, once that's happened and you've built some momentum, then you can talk about your book. You can talk about the Lucent. How'd you like that segue?
I did.
And I did that, and I've even had a few little sips of whatever that whiskey's called. Doesn't have a good name as
tonight.
we are. We're all learning. So the Lucent, I don't know if I've got any new backers. Let's give it a refresh. It probably hasn't. Everyone can be sad and feel bad for me. We're not Kickstarter. We don't sell our books on pity and charity. Have you ever heard of the Pareto principle? Yeah, the Pareto principle. The 20%. 2080. 2080. So 20% of the people or the whatever will create 80% of whatever's being produced. I think that's probably the worst way it's ever been explained, but you get the idea. I mean, that's something that I've absolutely experienced, in my professional life. Let me tell you that. There's a couple of people there who are kind of, without them, the whole machine stops. And that's then there are the other people who, if they don't show up to work for a couple of days because they're sick, you barely even notice that they're not there,
I think in every organization I've been in, be it public or private, you have those few rock solid, reliable pillars, and they kind of hold everything up. And as soon as you knock one of them out, things just fall apart. I mean, they really are like support beams. And like Michael's saying, there's other people, they call out or they don't show up to the class or whatever. And it's like, oh, they're gone. Oh, I didn't even know this.
Yeah, and also the Pareto principle works for other things too. It's like, so it's also saying, 80% of the views of CG channels will be from 20% of the creators, and 80% of the sales will be from 20% of the creators. So yeah, it's just that I think it's just a natural thing that comes out of just the way things are, especially if you're talking skill and meritocracy. That sort of stuff works, and when you try and fiddle with it, things go wrong, don't they? You try and fiddle with the program. That's when things all start coming unstuck. It's the same with tax too, isn't it? 20%, well, at least probably even less people. A certain low percentage of the people in the population pay 80% of the taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, it goes up from there.
David asks, have you ever played Eternal Darkness on the GameCube? No, I don't know if you were here a couple of days ago. It got very dark and serious. I was talking about my my video game addiction from when I was younger, when I was a younger man. And I've been a professional gambler. I have no problem drinking. I don't feel any kind of addiction in that sense to anything except video games. So yeah, if I ever start playing a video game, I just find I can't stop myself. So yeah, I haven't played Eternal Darkness. I haven't played so many amazing games that have come out, in the last couple of decades nearly. But Devilfish says it's a great game. So there you go. So David says he gets a vibe from Eternal Darkness in the Lucent for some reason. Well, I'll check it out. I'll check out like a trailer or a playthrough or something, and see where that's coming from. Maybe it's in the colors. I don't know. Maybe you could elucidate a little bit more on why that is. So Antoine's point was he's thinking of adopting that 80-20 model. So you're saying 80% entertainment and then 20% chilling. Well, I don't even think it needs to be 80-20. Like, I think Ethan has it pretty much bang on. Like, just a little pop in every now and then talking about your book, or at least, showing it. Ethan doesn't need to show much. The artwork is so amazing, and he gets really good reviews from Cyberfrog. I don't tune in to Ethan's show to listen to him go on and on about the story and the characters of Cyberfrog. I'm more than happy to have that experience when I get the books in my hand. I log in to watch Ethan be Ethan, and to see other guys be other guys. But and if they put in that effort, say like take a guy like Liam Gray. Like Liam Gray has been streaming every day, sometimes multiple times a day for months now, and he maybe he didn't really take the 80-20 principle. He was talking a lot about Xenotype, but I was tuning in just because I liked the way that they all chatted to each other. Everyone in the chat had a good fun time, and then. So I just became amenable. I just became open. Liam opened my flower, and it was ready to be fertilized. So that when the time came around to when he did put the hard sell on me, that orange man, he got me. So I did end up backing, even though I was at the time supposed to be saving up for the Cyberfrog honeycomb box, but he got me. So yeah. Good on you, Liam. You cracked that nut.
Blue, you need to calm down.
What's the worst analogy?
Blue, calm down.
Okay.
Blue doesn't like it when I have a drink. It all starts to come untethered.
No, it wasn't that. It was the idea of Liam opening your flower.
You didn't like that? I thought it was a nice graphic.
I'm uncomfortable. Are we gonna get a cartoon of that? Please no.
No, I don't think so.
Hey, Michael, David wants to hop in here.
David? Yeah, cool. All right, I'll send you the link, brother.
Hey, while we're waiting for David, can I show you one thing?
Do it. You do that. I'll you want to share screen? You want to get up on the screen?
Yeah, you push me forward there. So I think
here we go. So I'll go and
Live unboxing.
David.
Yeah, I think this is SOS. Where's the? Move over. I think this is the SOS book because it came from Kaboom Indie Planet, and I got another one from them, and I wasn't expecting something, and I wondered like, well, is it a bomb? And lo and behold, it says Kaboom. But look at that, and here we are. Now I'm centered.
Blue, good job
Yeah.
with the Sharpie.
Oh, thank you.
Smart.
So if we look at that, I kind of wonder how it, and I've cracked it open just a bit. There is a Gemini inside. I wanted to, what I'm going to do to promote people is show off, hey, this arrived. And some of these are still in demand even.
You're doxing your pajamas again.
Yeah, they're behind the stack. Okay, so yeah, not everything comes through quite so pristine. I don't know how the books are.
Yeah, that flat rate they put in is not meant for anything other than paper. Usually, it's for documents.
I'm not sure if that's coming through as much as it looks.
Yeah, it looks warped. But it's got a second layer in the Gemini, so hopefully. Okay.
I've had one book come through with a dent on it, and it was is it here? Oh yeah, these guys. They were face to face. And in the Gemini, they were right by a warp spot, and they just got nailed on the edge there. That's Cyborg USA. Anyway, so let's see if this works.
Oh, SOS.
He tapes them inside too, which is good. That's good. I just forget it. Okay. So yeah, there we go. There's that warp right. Got to see my finger on the screen. There it is.
It got me worried now.
Yeah, so this is thankfully this is
worries me.
disobeying the 80-20 rule. This to me, this is more like the like 1/20 rule. But they're here. Yep. Every once in a while, they just get something where it looks like the post office really tried, and so far they usually fail. This is like the second one I've gotten damaged. But there we are.
Well, the one sec. The boxes that Rob put me onto, everyone has said that they work. I mean, it can bend. I'm going to have extra cardboard in there, but I can't put too much in there because I have to stay under the 500 gram limit. Otherwise, I'm screwed.
I ordered the replicator
the
other night, so when that arrives, we can do that on stream. And we can see what it looks like.
And well, I'm going to be getting the it's called Standard International, I think it's called, and that doesn't sound very good, but it's actually not the bottom tier. It's the tier where you guys will get an actual tracking number, because I just know from experience that sending people stuff internationally without a tracking number is a friggin' nightmare. It doesn't matter how many times you say it, like you're just spending all your time emailing people who are wondering where it is. It's just well worth it paying that extra couple of bucks so that they can just kind of see, okay, so it's been sitting in Delaware for 3 days for some reason, so they don't have to get on the email to me and ask. But David's here. David, you're muted.
Hell, David.
Yeah, I'm muted because there's the organizational stuff going on here. There's like construction everywhere around it, so it's crazy.
Can we get a classification on what's going on? Are you David Feed or are you John Burningstone?
I am both, if you like.
John Burningstone is your
that's my pen name.
Sexy name. Your pen
That's my sexy name, exactly. My writer's name. Like, you know how fantasy writers, they love to have this RRR stuff? So I thought, John R. Burningstone.
Yeah, well, when I read it, I was like, what? Straight away. I don't know if you saw. I was like, wow, this sounds like a name out of Jumanji or something. Burningstone. It's a cool, very cool name.
Well, it's basically my real name just translated word for word to English. So my name is Hans, so that's John. And my last name is von Brandenstein, which is, burning stone in English.
There you go.
Yeah, but David Feed is being had a much better resonance with the chat. So I'm like, yeah, David, there you go.
Links in the chat on David's book, Red Eyes. John's
Yeah,
book.
we know
Hans's
you.
book.
And
Guten Tag.
That's what EVS called you. And so tell us, what was going through your mind when you got onto EVS's show to talk, and you have a campaign that's live with 9 days left, 10, 11 days left at the time, and then you decide to spend all your time talking about the Lucent?
I was just trying to come up with something smart to say, and I got so nervous. And then, like you're in the back room, and then all of a sudden, and we have David. Like, oh my God, what do I say? What do I say?
Yeah, dude, I know exactly that feeling. I was just talking about that earlier. Your heart's, because you're waiting in there so long, and then it starts building, and my heart starts pumping, and I'm like, oh my God, I hope I don't just come on here and just start, speaking in tongue.
Yes,
David,
exactly.
You can't do worse than me. Like I said.
Yeah, Paul, I don't know if you called it.
I got the pain. I got the cane treatment. They yanked me right off.
Exit stage left. He kind of just pushed him off the stage. It was very, yeah.
No, well,
I don't know what the word is right now.
Like I said, I tried to say something smart, and then the only thing that could come up to my mind is the Lucent and this other Colton Crux. I also remembered. Of course, the Lucent kind of stuck out more in my mind.
Oh, good to hear. Yeah. But
I was thinking about
IOU.
Yep. Yeah.
I owe you some promotion.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah, so
I really like your
project.
Hell yeah.
Well, hang on. Let's talk about your love of the Lucent first.
I was so enamored with this GameCube game called Eternal Darkness. We were talking about it in the chat, and there was only one of this game, and there was never a sequel or anything about it. And I was like, damn, Then when I saw the Lucent, it totally gave me this vibe.
It's like early 2000s.
How old is the GameCube? It's
20 years, maybe, yeah.
Just bring
I hear
up
Blue doing the
some,
research.
No, I saying hi to
some images now.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks about 20 years old, doesn't it? You say this is a good game?
I mean, for back 20 years ago, the graphics are totally outdated right now. But yeah, no, the idea and everything was pretty cool.
It just sparked that little memory in you, and it just that's worked for you. And when you saw the Lucent, so had you heard of the Lucent before?
No,
it's kind of showed up.
I don't know when I was the first time I heard about it, and I was like, I first thought it was something like Inception, like dreams within dreams. And stuff like that.
I'd already written, I already had the story pretty well down when Inception came out, and I was probably back in then. I was probably a bit, I was less experienced then, so I thought, oh my God, there's another story where they have dreams and people do things in dreams. This is the end of my story. I didn't realize that there's a gazillion stories like that, and everyone has their own spin on it. I have my own spin on it. I have my own themes. I have my own characters. It's perfectly fine. And when I went to go see Inception, I saw, what they're doing in Inception was very much more science fiction. There was actually technology involved. It was whereas mine is more fantasy. You're not going to get any scientific explanations as to why the things can happen in my book. I could just I can enjoy this movie now, and I don't feel like I've completely ruined myself. But it's got that sort of dream things. People with you can do anything you want in a dream, pretty much. So I can see why.
Awesome, but you also mentioned, or at least I think I've seen images in your book that you're talking about. I don't know if it's time travel or something that happens throughout the ages with a character that starts I don't know how many thousands of years ago, and then it moves the story.
It's not. You were going to say something, Poland?
I was going to say that my impression was that you're following certain threads that continue, and maybe you do a little bit back and forth, like jumping back and forth on certain threads.
It is you probably won't get the gist of how it's actually going to work, these timelines, from the first book. By the second book, you probably get a bit of an inkling, but definitely by the third book, you'll see, okay, these are kind of there's a regular what would you call it? A regular method of how these timelines are coming into the story. In the first book, in the Waking Dream, it's going to feel a bit like a prologue, because it's going to come up first and it's going to say the Levant circa, off the top of my head, 3,800 years ago, 3,800 BC, or something like that. And and then you're going to be in this scene for a little bit, and then it's going to move, it's going to jump forward, and you're going to go, why did I see that scene? Now I'm seeing this scene, and as the books go on, you'll get to realize, like, the themes will start to be familiar across all the timelines, and you'll start to see connections and things like that. There's no time travel or anything like that that's going on. Basically, the way I've been explaining it is there's 3 timelines running parallel to each other as the story goes, and it's not that they're not fully disconnected. Like, there is some, reaching over from one to the other. Let me just say that, and it's going to be exciting to see that happen more and more as the books continue, because you're going to be wondering, if you keep reading these things, you're going to be wondering, like, who are these people, and how do they all connect in the current day timeline? The current day timeline makes up the majority of the books. That's the plot. That's Ella. That's what's happening to her. That's Damon. That's what's happening to some other characters that you guys haven't seen yet. It's this part of the story is the most fun for me to write, because I get to go back and look at ancient myths. I've been talking about Graham Hancock and alternate ideas of how civilization started, and it's really fertile ground for creative writing.
I think this is what reminded me so much of this game, because in this game you take the different roles that go throughout the ages of humanity. Like, first you're a Roman centurion, then you're like in the Middle East in the past, and you're like a pirate, then you're in World War II, and so forth and so on. And each of these characters, they have to do something special that will affect at some point the main character in the present. So when you destroy something, then this thing is destroyed then in the present, and so forth. So I think that's what reminded me of the game.
That's like an early Assassin's Creed too, before they kind of lost the plot on those games. When they still had Desmond as the main character in the present timeline, everything kind of like was affecting him in the past. But now, I mean, they've thrown all their lore out the window now. Now they're just kind of making AC games just for the sake of it at this point. But I think you're right, David.
The woke simulator in different timelines, or different times of humanity. Or what's the point?
It doesn't quite work like that, but it has, especially the one that starts 2,000 years ago, has a direct link to what's happening with Ella in the current day timeline. I think I've done something pretty unique there. What do you call it? So, like, I got really big into the whole the hero's journey and all the archetypes. The herald and the hero and the mentor and all that sort of stuff. But I wanted them to work in my story. So I've rejigged some of these archetypes to fit in with this, this thing that I've got going here, where you're seeing events that are taking place 2,000, 1,500, 1,000 years ago, whatever it is. And how is that affecting, or at least how does that link to what Ella is doing in the current day timeline? I think I've done something that's a bit unique there, that at least I haven't seen before.
That sounds definitely interesting, but it also sounds like a lot of work, because you're gonna have to be careful with how you link this stuff, because I'm sure that readers of the book are going to be like very picky about it. So, when I really like a book, I read it, and then I start thinking but if this happened here, then this shouldn't have happened there, and so forth and so on. So it's
look, I think a fantasy story, any fantasy story, it's going to have, at the minimum, it's going to have plot pinpoints. You know, they're not holes, but they're, you know, you're going to be able to nitpick something. But yeah, this is the sort of stuff that's kept me up at night. And this is why it's taken me close to 10 years to plot this thing out in a way that works. You know, so I have to have the whole thing planned out so that I can actually, you know, have this stuff happen. Because if I write myself into a corner in the first or second book and it doesn't make sense in the last ones, well, then I've just done what Star Wars did. I've just done what you know, other stories that have failed did, and that's definitely not what I want to do. I want it. It needs to be cohesive. It needs to, the continuity needs to work. People will be able to find things, I can guarantee, that I didn't think of. Little things, hopefully. You know, it's like it's to me, it's a bit like why does Spider-Man stick, you know, on the wall through his costume? Well, now we've got to think up a reason. Or okay, he has little spikes. Well, okay, well, how are those spikes? Well, you know, it's like little things people can overlook in fantasy, but the big things, they need to be locked down, rock solid. So yeah, that's why it's taken so long for me to you know, get this story down.
Yeah.
And now that we have a little bit of, how do you say, suspension of disbelief, no? It's fantasy, so magic exists. You don't need a, you know, biological explanation what neuron connects to what to make magic. Like, no, it's magic. There you go.
Yes. So this book is not science fiction, even though I say it's kind of sci-fi fantasy. I just do that because I don't want people to think it's swords and sorcery, although there may be a little bit of that in some of these previous timelines. But the main story, you know, it's set in our world, kind of, yeah. So
I think what's important is that once you establish the rules of your setting and you get people to buy into those, you need to stick to those and be consistent.
Yes.
I don't know if anyone ever played the Mass Effect games, but in the third act of those games, in the third game at the very end, they completely, it's like watching a gymnast go up and then they go for their landing and they completely collapse. Everything else was great. When they go, they can't stick that landing. And everything just fell apart there at the end because they didn't stick to their own rules that they had established and got you to invest in and buy in through like 100 hours of gameplay. So this stuff is very important. People definitely pay attention to it all the way up to the very last moments of your story. So,
you know, they went completely against their own logic. You know, like the whole point of the first game was something, and then by the end of the third game, like, okay, fuck it. The good end is that, you know, we all become one species. What was the stupid thing that instead of having biodiversity, everyone becomes the same, and machines and biological creatures?
It was synthesis.
Yeah, exactly.
But the thing is, David, everything was contrived in that last like 30 minutes. Everything just kind of appeared. You know, the entity that you encounter, you know, these arbitrary 3 choices that you have. Spoilers, guys. It was 2012. I hope I'm not ruining this for anyone. But yeah, I mean, it was like, oh, look, they're color coded, and you can go do things to them that make no sense in this setting that's supposed to be like, it's supposed to feel like Star Trek. You know, everything kind of has an explanation. It's semi-scientific. You know, it's that techie type of sci-fi, and that's what Michael's talking about here. You know, that's why he's trying to define his parameters when people come into the book. You know, he wants you to have a certain expectation. With Mass Effect, people had the expectation of kind of like a more action-oriented Star Trek type sci-fi, where everything has an explanation with their current science that they had explained and their discoveries in that universe. And I think that's what Michael's getting at here. You know, so he wants you to have the proper expectation of what to expect.
Yeah, and as well, you know, you're for the most part in the Lucent, you'll be seeing this world through Ella's eyes. So for a long time, you're going to be kind of understanding things as she's seeing them, which is in a state of confusion and chaos. So, you know, you'll be getting glimpses of these powers. You won't be getting explanations for them straight away. You might not be seeing all of them at once. Yeah, as obviously as the books continue, she becomes more and more aware of her own abilities and more ensconced in that world. She's going to be seeing a lot of different powers. I like this. What Alex said. The only explanation I would provide is why a person may have a special ability and a magical ability, not why magic exists and what it is. Yeah. I don't get into the whys and I'm not there won't be any midi-chlorians or anything like that going on in the story. It's more without giving too much away. Yeah. So some people. The analogy I used the other day is it's a bit like athletes. Some people are athletic and some people aren't. And some people are athletic to a point that's kind of never been seen before and doesn't get seen for 100 years again. Sometimes there's no rhyme or reason. Sometimes it's hereditary. This is the kind of what you should expect from my story in terms of these powers. But there's a whole bunch of other stuff going on at the same time, so I won't get too much into all that.
No,
but it's all very carefully thought out.
So, Michael, go ahead, David.
Just one thing about the magic is like I feel that it's okay to have your main character be somewhat special or very special. I think it's become kind of an SJW trope that all characters they're nothing special. They're just like everyone else, and that's kind of boring. I think that it is okay for the main character to be a little bit special, so that when you read it and you kind of put yourself in that character, you say, "Yeah, I'm also a little bit special."
That's why she's the main character.
But not a
Yes,
Mary Sue.
exactly.
You gotta have a balance there. Can't be.
No, sure.
Yeah.
Dude, I actually worry. These topics keep me up at night because I worry that people might get get a little glimpse of what she could be, but they won't see it actually happen for a while because she's 20 in this book when it starts. She works in a bookstore. She doesn't really have any friends because she kind of devotes her spare time to looking after her grandfather. She's a bit antisocial in that sense. Like, she's just a girl. And she's going to be thrown into this world with people who, like we see up here. She's going to be thrown into this world with people who can jump across a room and punch you in the guts and pretty much kill you. She's not going to be...
Sounds like a good time right there.
She's not going to be sparring with these people from the get-go in any way. She's going to be... I've tried to keep her as real as possible. She's just going to be pretty much shit scared and confused. That's part of her hero's journey is, she's going to be faced with problems that, if she wants to get to the end goal, which are, her motivations for her characters, what she's trying to do, she's going to have to, learn and step up and face these seemingly, insurmountable obstacles that have been placed in front of her. And that's part of the fun of the story. She definitely won't at the start just be like, that's it, I'm gonna do some crazy thing. So yeah, she's definitely
kind of the role of the mentor, no? Like the mentor comes in to mentor her, and if this guy appears, then it's the role of the mentor to, like, okay, I'll face him, and I don't know, in other books at least, no? If the main character just defeats the main villain in the first book, it's like, okay, that's boring.
Yeah. So I'm really big into that whole hero's journey stuff, and I just think those stories
on the right path, the righteous path.
Yeah, they resonate. It's the reason why that's been around for as long as it has.
Yeah,
because it speaks to our own humanity. We're all the hero in our own stories, and none of us just kind of came out of the womb awesome and able to do everything and conquer everything. We all have to,
that's
fight
why
these,
it resonates.
Exactly. So, and that's exactly why Ray doesn't just doesn't make sense as a character to us. It's like, this doesn't happen. And then people will say, well, but it's fantasy. Anything can happen. No, because if anyone is a Star Wars fan and has ever got especially into the extended universe and the lore of Star Wars, Rey doesn't happen. It's not a thing that just happens in Star Wars. There's so much complexity to what has been built up in the Star Wars lore and the rules and everything. And it's a bit like Captain Marvel in the MCU. Like, forget the comics, just look at the MCU. You can't just bring in a ringer on the ninth inning who can smash the ball out in a way that no one ever has been able to in every inning prior. It doesn't work like that, or at least it doesn't feel right to the audience.
Michael, I was going to say that I think you're on the right track with this, kind of going on the original trilogy Star Wars, where the Force had this mysticism about it. We got some insight into what it was, and it was kind of this energy that connected all things. That line that Yoda elaborated on, but it wasn't explained down to every single detail like it ended up being in the prequels, which kind of removed all the intrigue and all the imagination from it. You were given just enough for your mind to kind of play with it and say, like, okay, I understand what this is and what it does. But as soon as he introduced the midichlorians, for instance, I think it brought it down to earth so much that people are like, oh, that's it. And I think
it's awful. Awful decision.
I think that's why the original trilogy is often referred to as a space opera, as opposed to something like Star Trek or Mass Effect, which I was talking about a second ago, which are more the strictly sci-fi techie type genre.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've actually found myself, because I've got all this stuff thought out, and it's all subtext. The only way I could write these series of books is if I had the lore and the world built already. Because the characters need to live in that world, and they need to talk as if people who have lived in that world for a long time. They have their own kind of cultures and language surrounding what they do, their own ideas of it. Someone who's sort of grown up and lived their whole life in this sort of secret society that has existed, it's nothing special to them. It's just kind of day to day. So that, while it's absolutely shocking to Ella and then hopefully the audience, because you're kind of seeing it through her eyes, to them it's just it's just another day.
It's just another day of work. No?
I found myself kind of leaking too much of that world into the script as I'm writing. So like, I write my script, and I said before, I put it away for about 3 months, and then I come back and I read it and I go, oh, no, I'm explaining way too much. I'm taking away that mystery. All you need to say is this one line. That's all anyone needs. No one needs to get into the minutia of exactly how this. You're exactly right with Yoda. He just said the Force that binds us all together, between the rock and the tree and the thing and me and the ship. That's all we needed to know. And then he lifted up a ship. We didn't need to know exactly how it happened. That it takes away too much of the fun of it. So I cut all that stuff out of the script, and it's like keep it short and to the point, and just keep that mystery alive.
But it's Michael, I gotta go. Sorry, I gotta go to work.
Oh, sorry, David. We didn't talk about. We'll bring you back on.
Let's do that another time. But you know what? Yeah, you're absolutely right. I also, going back to this thing about just one last thing, the power fantasy. Like, some people enjoy power fantasy, but I feel like even in that genre, like, you have to have the character train or like somehow be awarded that immense power. Like I don't know, Dragon Ball is the perfect example. At the end, he's like almost invincible, beyond a god. But you saw him training for so many seasons that you're okay with that, him being overpowered.
And it has to come with a cost.
Yes,
it has to be a cost.
To be like a balance.
It can't just be free power, free energy, because that's just kind of makes everything cheap. And then you can just bring in new characters. So it has to, be worried about creating really powerful characters, because then, you don't want it to cheapen. What's going on?
Sorry. So have a good one. A lot of
Okay.
success with the Lucent, and see you some other time.
Auf Wiedersehen,
Thank you, man.
Auf
David.
Wiedersehen.
Auf
Ciao,
Wiedersehen.
Leute.
Swiss German is very unusual. I used to speak German, just normal German, and then the Swiss would talk to me, and I wouldn't have any idea what they're saying. Antoine says, "Has the Matrix influenced the Lucent to any degree?" Yes, absolutely, Antoine. I like it to know that people are new to the stream, like Antoine. I haven't seen him before. I go on and on about the Matrix. So when I first envisioned this story, it was because I was in university and I was having really weird sleep patterns just because I was working all the time. I was, going out and partying too much, and I would have these crazy dreams. And it was right at the time when the Matrix was, really big, and I would, dream kind of Matrixy stuff, and that's sort of where the birth of this whole story came from. And I've kept that dream theme that runs through the whole Matrix. And if anyone who knows about Morpheus and all the names and all the things that are in that movie knows that it's all really so much of it is about dreams. And that's so much of my story is about dreams as well. And yes, the Matrix absolutely has been a huge influence, not only on the story but on the look of what I'm doing here.
Yeah, this panel that you have pulled up right now, Michael, really does remind me of some of those scenes, especially from the first movie.
The
Where
little thin
Neo's
tie.
where Neo's inside some of those buildings.
Yep. And then this guy here, this is Le Marechal. He's he's dressed a bit like Agent Smith too. He dresses up a bit later too in some more luxurious garb too. He likes to. He's a peacock. This guy, he likes to flash his status around.
Oh, so he's like Liam.
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm just kidding, Liam.
I think Liam dipped in and out. I don't know if he's still here.
Yeah, he was having a nap.
He'll watch this later and he'll give me a hard time about it. Liam, I love the suit. Don't let anyone dissuade you.
I miss Liam's old backgrounds where it was just like part of his house. Now it's this weird curtain, which might be part of his house. But no, one failure of the Matrix though is okay. I have two annoyances with the Matrix, and one of them has very little. I was when I first saw it in the theater.
You were 4, right?
Sorry?
You were 4?
Sure. Thank you. All the evangelicals I was hanging out with were trying to force it into, talk it up and force it into being this illustration of biblical Christianity. It was like, you guys are morons. This is, it was just obnoxious. And so that's a personal anecdote. But the Matrix is very postmodern, like deliberately so. In fact, they had to read some of Foucault, I think, on set. And you could see one of the problems with it that does relate to the Lucent, but I believe I'm predicting yours is going to be not going to have this problem. It's going to be a lot better. Sort of to get a grip on postmodernism, there's so much. It can't exist on its own. It's a parasite. It's the denial of something else. And so between the Matrix and the Truman Show, like when Truman exits the dome to get to the world outside, and that's his big triumph, or you wake up outside the Matrix. Well, how do you know? And I'm quoting somebody here. How do you know that the reality you're now in is any more real than the one that you just escaped, that you thought was real in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
That's just one of the failings of postmodernism in general, without going through a whole dissection of what is postmodernism. And so that was one of the things that it makes the Matrix useful in terms of demonstrating postmodernism for people. But I don't think, from what you've described about your story, that you're really going to run into that philosophical booby trap of if nothing is real and you escape it, what's your evidence that whatever came next is real?
Yeah. So the Matrix has a lot of time spent in the Matrix, and I guess the equivalent would be in a dream. And as much as this story is about dreams, at least in the series that I've got here, it's not actually spending. It's not actually set up like that. So it's not people running around together very often, at least in this dreamscape or whatever. And they think it's completely real and they can't make a difference. The story is almost exclusively, not exclusively, but like a lot of it is set in the real world. There is a real world, and it's real people, real things, and basically what it is that, you know, dreams have a lot more importance than what we give credit for them now. You know, in our modern society, there's a lot more going on there than we realize. There's a lot more power in them than we realize. And like I've said in the elevator pitch, these people are people who have learned how to tap into that power. So it's not necessarily that you've got, you know, the Matrix in the real world or the dream world in the real world, although that does it is involved in the story.
Yeah, you made it sound.
I don't think I'm going to run in. Sorry, go on.
You made it sound like a lot more like it's a communication device that gets used, and things from her dreams start showing up in the real world. You know,
that's probably it. That's probably a good way to put it. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't want to say too much because I don't want to spoil the mystery and everything, but I also want to sell the story.
No, I don't mean to push in that direction.
Spoil it. My gosh.
I'm sorry. Hey, did you ever see Wim Wenders Until the End of the World? It's a film that came out
again, sorry?
Wenders Until the End of the World. It came out like 91, 92.
No, I'm not seeing that one.
No.
These people, a man is learning how to make a device to help the blind see. And wait, Poland, did you just say blue like you're going to scold me? What?
No, I said nope.
Oh,
I
okay.
haven't seen it.
It starts out like the first half of the movie. If the movie is just an insane chase scene, and what's really going on is that someone's running around with a device to record, and they're making recordings because a man has created a device to help the blind see, and it works by induction in the seeing centers of your brain. And what they discover with that is you can record dreams and then rewatch your dreams on a video screen later. And the more you do it, the more clear they become, until these people fall into being totally addicted to watching their dreams. And there are some other subplots going on, and an EM pulse around the Earth or something like from a satellite blowing up kind of destroys communications. And what ends up happening is, to make them healthy again, the Aborigines take our characters aside and just take them away from the technology and let them just sleep normally, and then until they get their mental health back, and that's where the story ends. But it is interesting if we can in that story. I think part of the cautionary tale is to be too much of being wrapped up in oneself. But it's a dream-involved story, and I wondered if you had seen it. That's all.
No, I haven't, but yeah, it sounds cool. Another cool movie is Dark City. Have you guys seen that one?
No, but I came by the DVD.
It's a very weird movie. Like compared to something like The Matrix, it is really weird. It's got a very indie feel to it, and it's also got a kind of a look to it that is a bit like what I'm doing here with The Matrix. It's like, basically there's no daytime ever, and I think it's only nighttime. It's always dark, and everyone just kind of, I guess, they wake up or whatever at night, and they have memories of them being in they just don't remember that they didn't have a day. It's very weird to explain, but it's a cool movie. They really what they think they do in a way that's a bit better than The Matrix is a lot of the plot is based around figuring out this mystery. Like, what is going on here? Someone, some special person figures it out. Hang on, when's the last time you actually remember what you were doing during the day? And and then there's they've got to kind of get to the heart of the mystery. I don't know if it's as good a movie as The Matrix. I think The Matrix is obviously a big influence on me, and I enjoy it as a mainstream action sci-fi movie. There's a lot of those movies going around that touch on all this stuff. This the world isn't what you think it is kind of movies. Brad's back. He's asking if we've seen Tron. Yes, Brad, we've seen Tron.
Yes, we've seen Tron.
I love Tron.
Michael, do a refresh.
Do a refresh. All right, I'll refresh. We've got some good news. 10,000, which we're in AUD today, guys, because this is the 10,000 stream, Australian dollars, dollary dues.
We're coming for you, Liam.
Hey, got another backer. Thank you, mysterious backer. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me that you've put your faith in me and the Lucent. Nice. Just bought Samurai Champloo season. Such a good anime. Yeah, well, I still have to watch the Ninja Scroll apparently. Brad, you're an anime. You've watched some anime. Do you know Ninja Scroll? Check the Signal. Is that a movie? Alex? I'm not sure. I haven't heard that one. Ghost in the Shell plus Kung Fu movies were two major core influences for the Wachowskis when developing Matrix. Yeah. The Wachowskis... Oh, that was you, Antoine. Thank you, buddy. See, I've been here giving the hard sell to Antoine, interacting with the people online, and he's bought my book. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, brother. That means so much to me. This is what Comicsgate is all about, getting onto the stream and talking to people about what you're doing. And if they like what you're doing and they like you and they, so that means so much to me. Thank you, man. That's fantastic. So good to see. So Ninja Scroll is a movie and it's dope. Yeah, I tried to find it. It's not on Netflix. It looks like I'm going to have to rent it or something on iTunes because I couldn't find it anywhere. But people like Rob nearly, had a stroke when we said we hadn't seen it.
I wonder where Rob is tonight. He usually pops in. There
you go. Hey, look, anime is what it is because of Ninja Scroll. Wow, okay. So I definitely do need to see this. Rob's a busy man. Rob has his family. Rob's not just on the internet all day, every day. I've been on the internet since like streaming and doing things like that since 9 a.m. this morning. I got half an hour to play with my kids. I did the dad thing, which is, when kids get a project for school and they have to build something, but it's just ridiculous to expect an 8-year-old to build something.
Right. Yep.
That isn't made of Lego. So I ended up building it, and we built one of those marble run things.
Oh.
So everything she's got to do now, she's got to do it, build it, or whatever, do it and film it. So she's doing all kinds of things, and then they film it and take photographs of it and send it into the teachers. We're still paying school fees, though. That's doesn't seem fair. My wife is doing all the teaching, but we're still paying them. Right. So it looks like I really do need to watch Ninja Scroll. It's getting the chat seal of approval, and the chat is never wrong. And Antoine can't be wrong because he just backed the Lucent, so we know he has excellent taste.
And look how clean his beard is in that picture.
I know. I've been looking at that. That is a well-groomed man. He's looking after himself there, which I don't know if you've seen a lot of people on the streams in Comicsgate. Not all the same caliber of a specimen, of a manly specimen, as our boy Antoine here. That's so cool. Every stream I've gone on today, every single one, I get a backer. So I got one on Mr. E's channel. I got one on Tug's channel, and now I get one on mine. So it's definitely, on top of hang out with you beautiful people, it's definitely all worthwhile. Hey, Brad, why don't you come on if you're hanging out, lurking in the chat?
Yeah, Brad, come give Michael the business.
I'm just gonna do the we're at the 3-hour mark, so like anything goes at this point. I'm just gonna put the link in the chat. Yeah. So what else is new, Poland? You have your ear on the ground. You know what's going down in Comicsgate and all that sort of stuff.
I've definitely had enough time on my hands during the day between spreadsheets to keep an eye on things and talk to people at the same time. So I mentioned the dynamite thing earlier, which like I said, I think we're being a little too sensitive about that one. In my honest, just as my take, of course, I think that's a non-issue. But I can see where they're coming from. You know, the people. I don't think that they're like I see where that originates. I get it.
Well, you've been burned before. You're a little bit shy, you know. Isn't that how
Yeah,
the saying
exactly.
goes?
As I've said a few times, you know, everyone here is here because they are either jaded or they feel that they've been mistreated in other areas of entertainment, either as creators or consumers. So yeah, I understand that. Completely understand that. I think I th- I don't know. I don't know if I should open these up or not. Some of these topics. I think
Not the right place.
I think what needs to happen. I think what needs to happen is that some people need to get together and just talk, just like we've been doing over the last couple of days. Just talk and be willing to listen for like a good 5 minutes to one another and understand that we're still on the same side, going towards the same goal. You know, we may have some differing opinions of how to get there, or you know how we want to grow in certain ways, but I think there are false dichotomies being established and false balkanizations. In other words, like groups within Comicsgate that we're establishing, and it makes it easy to disparage people. But we don't need to fall into that trap. You know, the collective guilt trap is a really bad one. So I think these are things we need to try and avoid as best we can, because there's a lot of great folks here, a lot of great creators, a lot of great people who are willing to back these creators, and we need to cherish that and continue to take care of it and be good stewards of it. So that's kind of where my mind's at right now.
Are you trying not to name a particular controversy or three?
Yeah.
He is. I can tell. I can tell.
Okay.
He's struggling to get it out. But no, I absolutely. I agree with everything you're saying in principle.
That I'm incoherent.
No. I can tell. I've gotten to know you a little bit over the last couple of days, and yeah, you're walking on eggshells a little bit, and that's fine. Like, yeah, we don't need to name names. We don't need to stir the pot anymore that it's already stirred. We're all in agreement, I think, here on this channel. But yeah, let's if more of us are talking more often, and you know, taking things like understanding the amazingly unique and unexpected situation we've found ourselves in, how precious and valuable and rare it is. How rare it is. This thing,
Yeah.
this does not come around twice.
I mean, we really have lightning in the bottle here, I think, and we need to try and harness that as best we can. And you know, the analogy that's been coming to my mind most recently, bouncing between Twitter, which I've actually started to pay attention to now, and Discord and some other areas, and on streams as well, and the chats, is that with the U.S. Constitution, when they were hammering it out, you had people who all had a goal in mind, and they were all on the same side, but you had two groups that were vehemently opposing one another. You had the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists, but both sides had good points. They made excellent points, and both contributed to the final product, which is the Constitution. You know, if not for the Anti-Federalists, we would not have a Bill of Rights, which is, you know, the envy of the world in many ways, which enshrines freedom of speech, right to bear arms, and all these other things. And you wouldn't have the structures in place of federalism, you know, that actually make sense and can flow in a coherent manner if not for the Federalists. So both sides had good points and contributed to them in the final product. So I think we need something like that. You know, there's valid points being made on multiple sides right now, and people just need to be able to absorb both of these and make a synthesis of both of those groups of ideas. I think that's the best way I can frame it without rocking the boat too much.
Are you a fan of the so you go on
if you're talking about some immediate controversy that I've missed out on, I don't mind having missed out on it. But yeah, earlier when I said there might be some things I'd want to say, I put out there first. But the point I would want to reach is whatever I said earlier. And it's the way you're putting it, I think, is very good, so that if somebody were to get into details with you, you've already stated out there, this is where we're going. So if they want to try and argue in all sorts of directions, they can know, no, this is where I'm trying to go with this. So keep that goal in mind if you ever do discuss this more deeply.
Yeah, I will.
Did you catch my stupid John Adams Comicsgate thing that I made? Well, I didn't make anything. I just put up a clip of John Adams talking about they're in the Continental Congress, talking about the whether or not they should do this thing and go independent. And I just thought it was a nice little silly metaphor for Comicsgate, and yeah, it annoyed some people.
Everyone's gonna get annoyed. The benevolent,
JDA,
the wise, the gracious.
Howdy.
JDA.
Hey guys.
Of Comics.
How you going, buddy?
On YouTube.
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I actually had a good live broadcast for a small comics cast with Gerald Motos and Joe Tolliver, and the three of us just talked about like who's winning, why are they winning. That we think, like, as far as I'm concerned, Alternate is winning right now. Alternate is figuring out how to beat Diamond at their own game, and they don't need drama. Like, if you think about it, Peter, he doesn't. I mean, he can weaponize the drama like other people do, but he doesn't have to. Like, he's one of those few people that, like, he has a lot of product out there. And because he has a decent amount of product out there, he just goes, well, I got to put it in people's hands. I got to find a way to distribute it because that's what these people are relying on me to do. And as far as I'm concerned, he's winning. Like, he's finding a way to do that, and no hashtags necessary to pull it off.
Yeah, I love Peter Samedi. I've always loved Peter Samedi, and I think you're exactly right. He is winning, and it's annoying the hell out of the people who have been naysaying what he's been trying to do for all these years.
Yeah, dude, there's a few of them that just want to be loud voices, but it's like they want to be loud voices because they have nothing else to talk about. Like, dude, you didn't do shit. This guy's getting a lot done, and you're not, and you're jealous of a guy that gets stuff done.
Considering who Peter is, and the company that he represents, and everything he's doing, I don't know if any other person that's been as accessible as he is to just the everyday consumer, fan, whatever. You can get in touch with Peter super easy. He makes so much time for everyone, and it's really something. It's really pretty amazing.
James, so who else do you guys see as winning in the industry right now? I mean, obviously we see guys like Ethan that are doing really well, but they've built up big channels. They have a big voice. Is there anybody else that you're just like, dude, I think this thing is up and coming, or this thing's doing well, even in spite of such and such? Because I think maybe Dynamite's figuring out ways to get around it.
Yeah, Dynamite's doing a good job. Like I said, I think tapping into I said this earlier, I don't know if you were listening, JDA, but I think them tapping into the YouTube CG market and accessing those customers is a smart move. And I was telling Michael and Blue here that people like Gail Simone, they have nowhere else to go. They don't have an audience that they can go and just crowdfund off of. She has a good Twitter following, but it doesn't seem to amount to much capital for her. And so she has to stick with companies like Dynamite. So it must get in her crawl that, they're doing business with EVS as well. And they kind of have that connection. But I think they're doing something smart. I think, Zach has found his model, although we were talking earlier that he may have some sustainability issues if he keeps limiting himself on social media.
I think you actually make a point. It is actually a fair point to say that he does need to have people out there doing that. But I think what will happen for him inherently is that he will find a voice for him. Like, I think he does what he does, but he will continue to expand slowly. It's a conservative position for business. It isn't about, politics, but it's just a conservative way to do business. You just kind of grow quietly and concisely, piece by piece. And like, if Zach called you tomorrow, would you work for him? Because I would work for him. I would work for him. I was like, I want a guy to do my titles and my interior, blah, blah, blah. Well, I would just do that because I'm like, yeah, it's just work. And I think that's what he's doing is he's slowly picking up the people that he wants. He's not worried about who are your hashtags or whatever. He's like, is the quality of work there? Can you deliver what I need? And are you somebody that I can get along with? And I think if he does that, I think he's going to kill. Alex, so what did Alex just say? It just like got bumped off of the really fast. Said he has over 200 shops who will stock Alterna and any other titles that go through his distribution, which may include CG creators. And he also, by the way, I don't know if you guys know this, but I just checked his site today, and it had posted up that we are no longer with Diamond Comics Distribution. And I think it is not only a bold move, but the fact that he just went out there and said, hey, we're not there with Diamond anymore. But he said it in a way that said, we're not with Diamond Comics Distribution. Not like, oh, no, we're not with them. Like, no, I chose to do that. There's no reason for us to do that. I think that's awesome. Chaotic Neutral said, I'm the same way, but I don't work from home, but I usually get one on my ear, and while I work my normie job or write. Chaotic Neutral Comics, thanks for joining this stream. Michael Bancroft is awesome, and it's really refreshing to see you guys come on here and actually talk about stuff with some brain instead of just like...
House of R, by the way, JDA, to your question earlier, open question, he says Dan Fraga as well.
Dan Fraga's winning.
Yeah, and you know what? Good for Dan Fraga.
We've spoken about that before. He put out his post saying what he'd done and what he'd made on his last book, which was a pittance for all the work that he'd put into it. And he went through the system like he's supposed to, like all the professionals will tell you to do.
Right.
And he got nothing for it. And now he's said, well, why wouldn't I go and hang out with these fun guys who are making bank and join in? And yeah, it's been a success for him.
And he is a really fun guy. Like, the guy's got a great personality. He's just friggin' cool. There's a rare personality that you see when you see somebody like that. That's actually he's not just a really good creator, but he's also just really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. He has this wealth of experience he can pull from, and it's not that he's doing it in a way to brag or establish, some type of superiority, but he's actually using it to your benefit. He's like, I want to share this with you so you can benefit from this. It's really neat. And another thing that I love about Fraga is that as soon as he hopped on, he went on to all of his social media and everything and said, unapologetically, I am Comicsgate. This is where I'm at. This is where I'm going to be. These are my people. I have found them, and people, respect that, and they rallied around him, and I think deservedly so.
What a boss.
Fraga opens up his streams, doesn't he, as well, to anyone? He just invites anyone on. I'm pretty sure he does.
He invites a lot of people on. Another kind of dark horse in terms of winning is War Campaign, as being creators at least. I know they've been some controversy recently, but Vestige, the book, all the reviews have been glowing, and mine's coming this week, and I can't wait to get it in my hands. I've just heard so many good things about it, and
I say good for them. That's the thing. Once you step off into the realm of the creator, and you got to do that side of it, they turned around, they did a project, and they killed on it. I think good for them.
Yeah,
absolutely. Who did a recent review of it? It was Deadwood Dale. He did a good review of it, and I was like, he really sold me on it. I didn't back it, but I think it's still available, and it's definitely on my want list if I can just find an extra chunk of cash lying around that I haven't already chucked into comics that I can buy it, because it does look really cool.
Yeah, it is. I'm pretty excited about it, and I emailed Ro, and my address had actually been truncated, and because mine was delayed, he actually threw in a few extra things, which was really cool of him. So
that's nice.
That's cool.
JD, I was on their stream last night, and they were actually going through some of their old War Campaign stuff, looking back at some old Twitter things from 2018, and your name actually came up from one of the streams where they highlighted you. So I thought that was pretty neat.
They were actually very kind to me. With all due respect to the people that have issues with War Campaign or whatever or philosophical debates or drama or this or that, they treated me great, and they weren't just respectful, but they were respectful in a way that, like, I'm literally putting some of their guys in the background of my book that I'm doing, and unapologetically don't care if anybody doesn't like it. It's like, you guys put money in my pocket that helps me feed my family in a down economy like this right now. Can you imagine being where Ethan's sitting, where everybody else is freaking out, and he's like, I'm raising the better part of $1 million? Like, that's amazing. That's what Comicsgate can do. And when you have people that will actually stand behind you, like Dan Fraga, look at what Dan Fraga did. He turned around in Comicsgate, said unapologetically, I am Comicsgate, deal with it. And people went to bat. Well, that's what War Campaign did to me. And anybody that wants to tell me otherwise, it was like, well, you just weren't there because I just saw it. Like I lived through it. And my wife, I remember her commenting just like, if these are the guys that everybody hates so bad, why are they so nice to you? And I'm like, because at the end of the day, they're actually real fans. They're real collectors. And what nobody wants to say is the people that are the loudest often are the loudest from a place of heart. And maybe that heart is dark and they have other motives. But some people just have that heart because they're the loudest because they're upset. They're upset that they've been disrespected. And I said, honey, I want you to see this. So I actually showed her a bunch of email chains. When I talked to my backers personally, I would send them messages like, why did you back the project? Tell me what you thought, goods and bads, pros and cons. Why are you supporting Comicsgate? And what I saw almost like 5-1 was the same sickening, gut-wrenching response, guys, that what do you think it is? I'm going to ask you guys, what do you guys think it was that I saw more than anything as to why they were backing this? Or just in general in Comicsgate? I'm dying to hear what you guys think it is, because when I tell you, if you didn't guess this already, I think it'll make you almost disgusted.
So you're talking about conflict clause out.
Yeah. Why did I have backers when I was a no-name? Nobody knew who I was. What was it about going into Comicsgate and backing that book and just backing some guy they didn't know, taking a chance on a first-time creator? Because I'll share it with you. I'll tell you what they said across the board. But
I'm interested in hearing. I don't know, but I'm interested in hearing.
Okay, I'll throw something out there now.
Absolutely.
This is me, but if it matches them, great. Your art style is a little bit different. The thick line, the thick line art style I kind of liked. The shape of your characters I thought was cool. I forget now off the top of my head how you pitched your story, but it had more heart than all the stuff I saw. Zach reviewing, and it just looked more real. And I don't mean the art, I mean the story. It seemed real. It seemed like what should be normal instead of the bizarro stuff that we were getting from Zach's reports on Marvel. And I said, well, that's why I wanted comics in the first place. This is it. I don't need to worry about Marvel. I'm going to go for the real thing.
Nice. So by the way, thank you. That was a very kind thing to say. It was based on heart. I tried to write every character. Yeah, I tried to write every character so that they were an individual. Like one person had different politics than somebody else. They had different backgrounds. The people that basically they were around in their background kind of made them who they were. And yet that's not what people told me the most about what they love. They said, you seem like a real person.
Wait. What do you think, Poland? Poland, you had an idea?
Oh, well, I was going to say, as someone who, and I know people are probably tired of hearing this, but as someone who didn't read comics before Comicsgate, just dealing with the machine of entertainment and media out there and everything seeming so calculated and so manufactured and choreographed, so to speak, and agenda driven, I just was disillusioned. I come to my entertainment to get away from the serious topics when I'm debating about politics or policy or whatever. But then when you're driven there to your entertainment, you can't even seek refuge there. It's like, where do you go? So I found Comicsgate, which has been awesome. And, I found people who were genuine, and then they had similar ideas to me of just wanting to produce good entertainment, or at least enjoy good entertainment. And so I, started to jump into a medium that I've never been invested in before with Cyberfrog and now, some other books since. And that's been the reason for me.
That's
okay. Hit us,
JDA.
real. Hit us, James.
Okay, so what I saw that they were telling me and it is straight up disgusting me to see, to the point that I just to this day, it really kind of makes me nauseous. But they said almost unequivocally, and I'm talking like 4 or 5-1, they were like, you seem like a real dude, you seem like a real person, that's an honor. That's good. That means that somehow you're connecting with people. But they said that's why I was kind of maybe willing to take a chance on you. But the reason why I'm backing Comicsgate is because I go into stores, I spend money, I do this for year after year after year, and I get shit on. No one cares. They don't care that I'm there. They don't care what I want. They don't care anymore. These comic book companies aren't Stan Lee anymore. They're not the House of Ideas anymore. They're not that like the Stanley soapbox where he can actually talk to you, and then you feel like you have a voice when you can talk back, and you're putting letters to the editor in there. He said all this stuff is now decided on whose politics or whatever. You don't even see it. And I'm a guy who will spend, and this is what people are telling me. I'm a guy who will spend hundreds of dollars a month on product, and they're not making product I want, and they're not listening to the product demands. Like they're not listening to like the kind of quality or the type of stuff that I want. And so basically I just went from spending $300 or $400 a month to now I only have like 1 or 2 books that I pull. And when you hear that from a guy who is in comics, who knows guys that own stores and just kind of grew up as comic book shops, kind of saved me. They were my safe haven from a really abusive place. Damn. It's pretty gross when you go like, well, I wonder why we're failing, or I don't think our store's doing well, or oh, shops are closing. Listen to your fucking customers. Care what they tell you. Like actually listen to them. Why is that hard? Like that's the most bizarre, benign reason. Not benign, malignant. Malignant's the right term for that. It's a malignant way to do things. If you are not willing to, and here's a perfect example, Michael Bancroft. How many times have you heard somebody in Comicsgate or outside of Comicsgate go off on Michael Bancroft and rip on him? I don't remember.
You were saying it's never happened.
No, what I'm saying is like,
Never happened.
it's just not a thing. You know why people don't rip on Peter sending them comics? Like, oh, you didn't send me what I ordered, blah, blah, blah. This guy's they don't do it because he just does what he can do. And even though I have to run another company just so I can pay the bills, and yet I'm still trying to deliver my book, I know that the people that backed it were really patient. So instead of just giving them my comic book, I'm literally giving them my comic books. Like when I deliver it to them, it will be physically backed, like physically like in their titer in the delivery unit, whatever I choose to use. I found some cardboard that I like. I found some different ones that seem to be really good mailers. And what I want to do is I just want to actually physically have it in there heavier, backed with other comic books. Stuff that if they think my book sucks, it won't matter. They'll still be like, is that a freaking X-Men from the 90s? That's dope. You know, stuff where they can just, you know, that they can remember. Like Dale Keown was awesome on The Incredible Hulk. I went in and I bought a bunch of his stuff. Like I just spent my money and said, like, I want to buy cool stuff. I bought Cyber Frogs, like the original Cyber Frogs, had my shop owner find that stuff. The guy was going through cancer. He's having a rough year. And he calls me up and says, James, do you really want this stuff? And this is a guy who didn't want to get into the Comicsgate thing at all. He just said, do you want this stuff? I really could use the money. I had a guy steal a bunch of my stuff, and now I'm going through the cops trying to get my stuff back. I'm going through cancer, and I'm having a tough year. And it was the most open and honest. I was in tears because when he said it, I'm like, God, man, you know, just I can't do I physically can't do anything, but I can back his store. I can put my dollar where I want to put my dollar. We had that option. And my option said, I'm going to buy whatever you put in front of me that I want. And he came up with a pile of Cyber Frogs from like Harris Comics days. And so those are going to go in with some of my backers because some of my backers were patient as hell. Like I can do that because I feel like I want to do that. But Zach and EBS and these other guys, they can't necessarily do that because they literally have so many backers. In my case, I had 200 backers. And of those backers, I just look at them and I go, yeah, you're going to get cool shit. We need to say thank you in some small way that's different than what other people could. Okay, this is perfect. Kevin Philpott. I used to spend 200 pounds a month on comics. Now I'm down to just 5 issues, and only one of those I really care about. That is what I heard over and over and over again. If you guys really, I don't want to take over the stream, but I do want to greatly add to this stream with one thing that matters more than anything else. Listen to your fucking customers. Care about them here before you just hear and do this number. If you're only worried about their dollar, you're doing it wrong. Because if you listen here, you'll get this here. That's what they keep forgetting with Marvel and DC. These bigger companies buy them out, and then they find out later that they've lost customers because they didn't listen to this. They were too busy and hung up on this to even go, well, then let's use this and figure out what here is that they wanted. Why is that hard? I watched Alita. Alita was just a good movie. Alita was fun. I like it. It's a fun movie. So you know what? They're going to sell a lot of copies of that online. They're going to sell a lot of digital sales of Alita Because it's
Actually,
freaking cool.
went out and got the Blu-ray for that steel case because I thought it was cool enough.
Yeah.
I'm not a manga or anime guy, but you know, it was a good
Me
movie.
neither. Me neither. I loved it. Thought it was great.
Yeah, I want to watch
Hope
it
they make
again
another
too.
one.
And considering the
Yeah,
other
it's-
movie that
it is-
came out that
and-
month, it was a good alternative.
Yeah, as a creator, this stuff should kind of, keep you up at night. Like,
Yeah.
you're worrying about how your book will be received. Have you put in enough of this? Have you made it good enough? Are people going to like it when they get it in their hands? I know that's the stuff that I always have niggling in the back of my mind. And, as I will be finishing my book up, just looking through it, over and over again to make sure that it's the absolute best that I can put out, because I don't want to disappoint these people who've put a huge amount of faith in me in backing something that they didn't know about before I kind of popped up and said, hey, I've got a book. So yeah, that's you're exactly right. I mean, that's why we're here. We're the people who we were the fans. Some of us became creators, and we were the ones who were betrayed. You're right. It isn't like it used to be when I was a kid. The Stan Lee ethic is gone from modern comics. It's just gone. It's
purged,
been driven out, purged, whatever has happened.
I don't think so.
And
no, I don't think so.
I'm talking about what I'm talking about is the
No, I think Peter Samedi from Alterna. I honestly.
Okay, well,
I
was thinking about Marvel. I mean, I was just a Marvel guy.
Yeah.
Like when I say comics, to me, I wasn't even really a DC guy. I always kind of use that as shorthand for Marvel.
Yeah, and I think Todd McFarlane. I think Todd McFarlane still figured it out.
Todd McFarlane, is another guy as well. He's that's how he made his money originally, and he never forgot that. He never forgot that. He made his money because he saw that the Marvel and whatever the mainstream industry just wasn't servicing the fans in the way that it needed to, and he put it all on that, and he won big with it.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
And honestly, it was a tragedy what happened to Stan. The way that they treated him was an absolute travesty. It's just sick. Dude, there are really sick people out there that just are so busy looking at the bottom line that they can overlook a guy who you were literally living on the back of. But one thing about Stan is that to his own credit, he understood that at some point, it never got any better than having these talks with fans. Having this kind of interaction with fans, the face-to-face stuff, it didn't get old to him. He felt lucky to do that. I think he did it as much as he possibly could, to the point that he couldn't do it anymore. And in the end, he was devastated. Guys, the stuff that I heard him saying at the end of his life in like just quiet interviews of him, just horrifying, of him like going blind. Like first he was losing his hearing, and then he was losing his eyesight, so he couldn't even see, he couldn't see the fans, and then he couldn't even hear the accolades and the stuff where people just wanted to say thank you and you're awesome, and people, ruining him and trying to go after his estate, and just deep, dark, horrible things that happen to human beings. At the end of the day, this is what I know about what I'm doing with conflict. If people don't like it, then they don't like what I created, and I have nobody else to blame. It's not like I can say, well, I had 10 other people working on it, and really I blame this person or that person, or, oh, this fell through, or I'll do that. No, I just have to keep getting better. And I think that that's one of the things that they said. They said not a lot of people are backing this because maybe you could be stronger at this or you could be stronger at that, but you seem like a decent person who's real. And honestly, we just want someone to listen to us and actually do cool stuff for us, because House of R said if Stan was alive and 30 years younger, he would be on YouTube talking with fans. 100%.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If somebody comes to you and says, I didn't like conflict, I don't want to get volume 2 or issue 2, whatever it's going to be, well, I don't mean to pick at you. I guess I shouldn't have started with that.
No, that's actually a perfect example, because I'm here and you don't have to worry about offending me.
All right. I don't see what is so hard about, well, thanks for checking it out. I know a few people. If you want to tell me what you're into, maybe I can point you at something else.
I look at Peregrine, and I think Peregrine looks pretty great. And it seems like it's a cool concept. when you read the plot to Peregrine or the concept of that, I'm just like, that's cool.
Yeah, Peregrine looks dope. Catic Neutral says, I just bought 2 copies of Ninja Scroll online. When it gets here, you can watch your Blu-rays. I got you, homie. If you don't mind me shipping it to you. I don't actually have a Blu-ray player, and I think there is a problem with the regions, the world regions. But thank you anyway. I will. I think I'm just gonna like rent it or something on iTunes. So thank you anyway. Yeah. I don't know if you were here earlier, James, but Antoine Dennison has been here in the chat. We haven't seen him before tonight. And yeah, he's
Sharp
been,
guy.
we've been interacting, and I just got another sale, and then I said, "Oh, thank you, whoever that is." And Antoine's like, "It was me." So yeah, the system does work. I'm like, we're talking to a guy, and now I'm feeling like, okay, I've got to work hard now to make sure Antoine is happy when he gets the Lucent. I've got to make it as good as possible.
Antoine is a great customer. He's a real backer. He's a real human being. And he doesn't have to do this stuff. He chooses to spend his money. He's not just some kid that's like, oh, I'd like to do that, but I don't have the money or whatever. Like, that dude could probably buy whatever the hell he wants to buy and chooses to back things as they seem right to him, or, do online auctions or whatever. He's fine. If he's out there buying your stuff, it says you're showing product that he thinks is good enough product to buy, and that's cool.
Can I tell you guys an anecdote?
Go for it.
An anecdote about meeting a comic artist in '94. It was September, October. This came up earlier on Adam Post's stream, but the woman I was with, Kat, who was part of how I really got into comics, she and I met up to go meet James O'Barr when he was signing. It was a 2-night thing where Friday night was signing in the shop, and then another signing later at a shop next to a theater where there was going to be a screening of the film The Crow. So when I met him, I'll tell the shorter version of the anecdote. And I was very much socially inept and whatnot, which is a good 80% of the anecdote. But to focus on this one, I put down probably a foot-tall stack of work he had done up to that point. Caliber Presents, other issues. He wasn't looking people in the eye, I noticed when I walked up. He would just kind of look at their stomach and talk to them. But he kind of looked at my stack, amazed, and it was multiple copies, like trade paperback, hardcover, and a slipcase. So it was sort of artificially thick. But I just said, this is just an excuse to talk to you about your book. I don't expect you to sign everything. I just have a few questions. And we got to chatting. And when I tried to leave, he took my pile from me and kept signing things. And it was just, he's like, no. And I'm like, you don't have to do that. There's a line. People are waiting. And it turned into a group thing at his table instead of one at a time. But he wanted to give the fan that much. Maybe it's because of the way our discussion went. I don't know where I asked him about some of the deeper meaning of the book, but he really was just for the fans that way and generous with his time. And even the next night it showed through. So he actually now I remember it, second anecdote, the next night it was after hours, they were late, and he didn't get around to me, but he recognized me, and he took the T-shirt I had anyway to do a portrait on it, and was late getting out of the shop, even though I told him, no, it's time to go. I told him no, and he made the shirt anyway.
That's cool. That's cool. Because when you find kindred spirits, it makes this stuff so much more rewarding. Man, I was just sickened by the stuff I read from people where I'm just like, how did people get overlooked like this in the one place where we go to not be overlooked?
That's right.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you're familiar. I've been plugging this guy's channel ever since I've been streaming. It's called The Fourth Age.
Oh, he's got some cool stuff on there.
Yeah. So, I think just what's happened is the money men took over. The old Titans, the old Titans retired, and they would have had their acolytes still in the business for a while, but eventually, their influence wanes, and then just the moneyed interests take over at the kind of corporate level, right. And their agenda kicks in, and the fans become just a number, and almost irrelevant to what they're doing. And especially if you're kind of bankrolled by a big media conglomerate, And the whole reason for doing, the whole reason for telling stories and having fans, and it all must have just fallen by the wayside. But to see surely people who are coming up, who want to be comic artists and comic writers now, who want to work in the mainstream, surely they grew up with the same comics that we did, and to see them not treat the fans in this, in the way that I think we do in Comicsgate is really surprising to me. To see them on Twitter just kind of saying things like, "Oh well, my customer is my publisher." I don't deal with the fans per se. It's just so surprising that they have that mentality.
It's embarrassing. I mean, to be honest, it's just embarrassing when you see a comic book professional try to say some bullcrap like, I work for such a, of course you do. And guess what? They work for us, because ultimately at the end of the day, the consumer is the only person in that chain that really matters. Everyone else is working with the idea that we serve the consumer. So when you take away the consumer, here's why I say this is a problem. You can take the middleman out of it. You can take the store out and go direct. You can take out the distributor and just like, oh, we have a mail center, or I'm doing it out of my house. You can't take the customer out.
No.
Yep. And I think that's what's so great about this, JDA, is that there is that more direct channel, because for so long, the industry has insulated themselves from the usual market forces of the consumer, because they're counting just how many books they sell to retailers, and then the retailers are having to bear the brunt of books not moving because they're not returnable.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So, like, it just seems so odd to me that I could be talking to some random guys in Australia or whatever, and we all know this. Like, you're just talking to some idiot in Kansas. It's like, we all get this. We all know this. Why is this hard? Like,
Shane has a question for you.
Go ahead.
Shane says, will you offer conflict clause out again?
You know what? Not in its exact form. Something that I promised the backers is that the whatever version that I'm done with, when I finish that up, when I put that out, those backers that backed it, they're the only ones that are going to have that in that version. I actually, even online, the difference of the people that are getting it sent to them on like a PDF, which they will. Like, I know a lot of people, they'll go like, oh, I'm going to get this on this stream service or that. No, I'm going to send it to them. But the version that I send to them will be a slightly alternate version. There will be some things that are missing from what I give to the ones who are back the physical copies. It's really an honor that people were willing to back it and take a chance on me. And it's an even more of an honor that any of them would be patient when I failed to deliver on the time frame that I wanted to deliver on. So as far as I'm concerned, I just think they've earned it. I think they've earned that respect, and also that collectability to go, no one will have this in this current form, and we know there will be another one because James has to do it, not because we need it, but because he's a comic book goofball that has to do this. Like, he has to do this. And I think a lot of you guys know what I'm talking about. When you have that kind of innate emptiness inside where you're like, for some reason, this is something that makes me feel better to do, you just do it. It's like playing music. Like, I don't play music because other people tell me to play music anymore, but I used to be on stage. I sold albums in 10 countries. And, I've got fans with tattoos of my shit on their arms. It's really weird. It's really weird, but it's cool.
Man of many talents.
Well, no, that was the only two things I was any good at, art and music, which means I was going to be broke. Like, I was just never going to make money. Like, it sucks, but it's like, oh, okay, the reality is my wife, when she met me, she was an artist and she knew music. As a matter of fact, our first date, the first time she stopped at my house, she saw a bunch of instruments. She just walked around the room, played every instrument better than I could. And I'm like, okay, I suck. Like, there's no point in me trying to pretend I'm any good at these, which I'm not. But I'm a singer and I'm a songwriter. And I used to do that with the very serious intent of only doing that for a career, and actually got out there pretty well. Like, I've played both of the House of Blues in Dallas and Chicago, which are the oldest and the newest. Played some cool places, did some cool shows, played some festivals, played some rock stuff. But I don't matter, and the industry is dead. And so when this whole thing was going with comics, to be honest, I saw where it was going because I could see the anger in people's faces. And that's why I didn't panic with Comicsgate when other people did, or they couldn't believe that I was associating with it. I'm like, no, these people that you're mad at are right. And you don't want to admit it. So you're taking it out on them. And then you're coming to me and going, well, no, you're kind of somebody that could be a part of our club. So I didn't talk to a lot of people in Comicsgate about this, but people in the industry came to me. So I know they had to be going to Ben Jones and giving him pressure. I know they had to be giving pressure to Kane and White, some of these other creators that were just these guys that weren't like crazy. We weren't trying to add crazy drama. We were just people that are trying to make comics. But what they couldn't understand is like why I was doing it. I'm like, well, because you're not listening to why they're crazy about this. They're crazy about this because they're fucking mad. You guys are disrespectful to the fans. Like, why would you do that? Like, the music business, it is so exactly the opposite, and it's insane how hard it is to get into the music business. So you would not trash the fans. What moron thinks that's a good business strategy? It doesn't even compute.
The sector that I worked in.
Yeah, that's why I laugh about us talking about this. Like, how are we just random guys that are talking about this? We all, like, how do we all know this is the right way? Because
I think everyone
knows this is the right way.
Everyone with a brain, you're exactly right. Like, and every other business seems to know it as well. The sector I work in, my day job as well. I mean, we sell stuff online, and it's it's luxury items for the home. And
they don't have to have it.
They don't have to have it, but they want to have it because we make good stuff.
Yeah, and you wouldn't go online and trash them.
Any one of us would go on to social media and start trashing our customers because they maybe got the wrong thing. Whatever reason is just it's so far beyond the reality of what could ever happen. And then on top of that, if you did, you would be out on your ass in a second.
Yeah, you would be a pariah of the industry. And instead, we literally have professional comic book creators going, I don't work for you. I work for this group, and that works for this group. It's like, you moron. You actually said that out loud. You thought it. Like, you took the time in your head to think that and then say it and put it out there. Like,
and put it on the internet so that everyone can know it was you. It's just bizarre. Yeah. Like
it's the most retarded thing. What is wrong with people?
When Zach and EVS talk about this, because obviously they've got a lot more insight, and you would as well, James, into the actual comic book industry than I do. But yeah, they say these people are the weirdest, meanest, just off the planet kind of people that they've ever encountered.
Just business morons. Like it doesn't. It's not even like, oh, these are my politics and deal with my politics. Okay, good for you. I don't care who you vote for or if you vote or whatever. I like flying blue people in a storybook, but I want each of them to be different so they're not just carbon copies. Otherwise, what was the point of having more than one character? Like, if you read a good story or go to see a good movie, you don't want to go see a movie where every character acts and talks the exact same and thinks the same stuff. Or who's the friggin' protagonist? It's just bizarre.
Well, James,
it is.
I can't justify them, but it's even sadder than that. They, you say that okay, that's your politics, fine. It's worse. You say, well, who doesn't want to make money this way? They don't see. I mean, you've probably heard this before, but to them, destroying your toys is the lifestyle. That's how insane they are. They are empty without something to rebel against. They have no meaning otherwise. And so, trashing your fans is just dumb. Yeah, these people are just dumb because they're not. They believe so many different weird things. Their politics is all they are. They're not even. I dare say they're not even human.
I don't say things like that. Like, I don't say people are in the realm of not being able to learn. I think they just haven't been in a fight. Like, they haven't been hit in the face. They haven't run a business. They haven't mowed lawns as a kid and had to hustle and actually earn something. They've basically just lived in a shell, in a bubble where everything was easy. And the second that they think something should not be easy for everyone, well, it's easy for me, so everyone deserves this. No, asshole, your parents earned that, and you don't respect what they went through to get that. You don't respect what their grandparents went through to get them to a point that they could figure out how to do that. And here you are just taking advantage of it. And then you're like, well, everyone else should get everything for free. And I'm sorry, but that's just not actually how life works. And it smacks of someone that has no concept of how the actual planet functions or how lucky we all are to even have what we have. We're talking people who flush more clean water than most people every day, than most people have access to just to drink. And yet, and central heat and air. And yet these people complain. Like they go into a liquor store and go, which bottle do I want? They go into a grocery store, go, which can or type of bread or meat do I want? They go into a cigar lounge and they just look at thousands of cigars and decide which one they want. They have no freaking ability to understand that most people not only don't have many choices, they're just happy they got any option in front of them to survive, and that they didn't get a disease or drink filthy water that day that made them sick. Because apparently 50% of the hospitals today, 50% of the people in hospitals today would not be there if they had access to clean drinking water.
Hey, James, Shane's got another follow-up for you. He says, that's a great attitude, but that's a detrimental to you, is it not? People want to get the full story, and issues are so hard to get. It's a deterrent to entry.
It's a deterrent to entry in the sense of the formatting, but not in the sense of story. Like you would still be able to read the story, but I won't, like if I do conflict clause out for a mass consumer, or if I collect it, you'll still get the story, but there will be other extras in there that are specifically in there because people were backers. As a matter of fact, something that I offered my backers that other people don't is something that is in essence like profit sharing, because my belief is that we are, I think that we are in the situation now where we are creators for a living. So why can't we be creators in business as well? Why can we not create a different scenario? Why can't I take those first 200 people that backed me and took a chance and go, well, all of you guys that, or girls or people that said, hey, I think your book looks cool, I think it's got something real to it, why can't I give back to them extra? Because there's only a couple hundred of them. Why can't I just go, you know what, this year I did this for conflict and it made this much money, so I took $2,000 out of it and I just split it up amongst the people, or I sent them extra free stuff because their gift, that was just kind of a gift that kept on giving back to them. I can do that. We can choose to do things different. We don't have to do things the same. And so one of the ways that I'm doing that is a lot of them are getting their comic, you want it to arrive safely anyway, so you do backing board. So I did a lot of sketches on backing boards. So the people, when they pull them out, will literally have custom, like they'll have original art from me, like an original sketch of characters or whatever from me just on their backing boards, so that they've got something extra. I think that's cool. But a lot of them are going to get panels from the book, because why not? I don't matter. I'm not some big comic book artist. I'm not, you can say Jim Lee or these other guys, but I'm not named the lowest guy on the tier. I'm just a guy who's making a comic book who wanted to put out a story that he thinks would be a good story. And because I believe that the characters will be written as real characters, as people with real issues, I think people will identify with the characters. And if I can make them identify with the characters, then I've already told a story worth telling. If I can make you feel something real, I've done it. But that means that I can do that with the backers too. I can give them extra stuff.
Have you been in touch with your backers, I assume? Because it seems like this is stuff that we're hearing secondhand, since I wasn't part of the initial campaign. I missed it, but I assume your backers are in the loop on this stuff?
Yeah, actually, this was stuff that was kind of like how I went about it when I first started it. I just was really lucky that I had people backing me, because I'm nobody. I'm just one of those guys, like when they talk about those campaigns where there's somebody that's a new creator that should have managed expectations. They shouldn't go, oh, well, I'm going to make $1 million in a campaign. Or say, well, of course you're not. Shut up. It's like, dude, nobody knows who you are. And Comicsgate did allow for an audience, and there were people in Comicsgate that shared it. There were people that talked about it. There were people every day that would post my stuff up on YouTube or on Twitter. Like, hey, check this guy out, check this guy out, check this girl out, check this guy out. Like, these people are all doing, books. And they shared it for me, and they were very nice about that. So I thought it would be cool to add in a different business strategy, because I knew that was the one thing I could control, that nobody can stop me from doing. Like nobody could tell me what to do with the actual business. Just do the best you can and do something cool and maybe be creative that way. Because that's kind of what I do for other people. Like I'm a designer by trade, but I also am a business consultant for people that are looking for creative ways to get their messaging out. I see things now where some of these guys take me aside and they advise me and they tell me what I'm doing right and wrong. And they tell me how stupid I am on stuff. They go like, dude, you don't have to do that. That's dumb. You know, like that's a bad idea. Or, you know, like don't do this because, you know, you'll have tax problems later or blah, blah, blah. Like they just give me good advice. And because I had these millionaires that are kind enough to do that, but they brought me in because their business might hit a plateau where it needs some kind of marketing idea or something that will make it bigger. They're willing to share. And a lot of times the advice that they give me goes directly back to what I'm saying right now. If you listen to the consumer more than you listen to your ego, what you find is that the consumer will more often than not tell you why you're stupid. And just listen, because then you're not as stupid the next time. That's good advice.
That's something else these people have a block to, is they can't hear that.
Yeah,
That
you're
might be
right. You're
another-
100% right. Yeah, you're right. That's where it just feels like they're not human. We're
That
like,
might be
"You're a
another
robot?"
reason why Zach as well, you think might just slowly grow, because that's what he's just shown he has a propensity to do. He is continuously listening to people who are sending him feedback and improving, you know, on what they're sending. So even though, you know, we were kind of talking earlier about how we think Zach should get back on the streams and get at least have a promotional account on Twitter to sort of, you know, reach the numbers that he should be getting and maybe isn't getting right now. But for one thing, he absolutely has done, I think, is he's constantly talking about how, you know, his customers will say, "Oh, you should have done this," or you know, you could do this next time, and then it appears the next time round. So yeah, we can all kind of learn from that.
What I found out about with guys like that is that the day that I do as good as them is the day I can talk shit. Until I'm doing as good as Zach, which I'm not going to hold my breath for that to happen anytime soon. Until that's the case, I just need to look at them and go, "Hey, man, you're doing something right. Congratulations. Keep doing it," and be happy for them. I don't understand why people are so combative and they're so standoffish about this stuff. It's like, dude, if somebody's making something work in the world of comics where most companies have a hard time making anything work, good for you. I think he's doing great. I really do. It's not to be complimentary. I honestly think Zach's doing great. And I think part of it is because he hasn't spent some of that time on Twitter. Like, I think he has less distraction. I actually was getting more of conflict done way faster before I got on Twitter, and Twitter was a distraction. So I almost just gave it up. And then I realized, wait a second, that's not really fair to the people that think they need to get a hold of me this way, because for a lot of them, that might be the only way that they know how to get a hold of me.
Yeah, we're just saying that, you know, to just keep the channels open, because one of the things that makes this so special, JDA, and you know, we have people interacting with you directly here in the chat, is that people like that open communication with the creators in Comicsgate. You know, it's all about, EVS had this thing that we were reading earlier, I don't know if you saw, but it was about being more in touch with the consumer, it being a more direct relationship. And right now, Zach has pruned everything back to pretty much his YouTube comments, you know, on his videos. And I think that is only his initial audience he garnered in 2017. And I think I'm not criticizing him. I don't mean to be combative, but in his best interest, I think in order to continue to grow and not plateau hard and maybe even decline, he needs to consider maybe coming back. And he is a data-driven guy. I have full confidence that if he starts to see this reflected in the numbers, he will make the proper adjustments.
I do too, and I think he's more business savvy than a lot of people realize. And I also think that because of his military background, Zach has something that a lot of other people don't have, which is basically the ability to go, "Oh, I should pivot."
Mm-hmm. He's very adaptable and very disciplined, and it shows.
Yeah, adapt or die matters with the military, as it turns out.
One of the things one of the things about Zach that I wanted to point out that we hadn't touched on yet regarding him getting on Twitter or why he got off Twitter, etc. And it's I want to squelch the controversy of a little bit of Zach being an exception to a lot of the rules that a lot of that comic skaters on and off in different areas have put on each other. One discussion of those rules has been, you should or shouldn't do things, and we've lost the idea of wisdom. Is it wise to do things or not? Yeah, another discussion
is something just getting, is it maybe more effective to do a different thing? Yeah.
Yeah. Another discussion is Zach seems to be exempt from all kinds of things. And it's like, well, that's because on one hand, all kinds of things came up after Zach, disconnected from Twitter. And, he didn't vote on those. Why are we imposing on these on each other? There's just a lot of stupid arguments there. But then I think about Zach getting back on Twitter, and with his demeanor, his personality, his quirks, there's just something there that tells me he, as EVS keeps saying, he's like a dog with a bone. Once he latches on, he's there. He just might need to not be on Twitter except through someone else, like we discussed earlier.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I think what he will do is he'll end up with somebody that's a social media manager, like a lot of businesses do. Because here's the thing. They didn't get into business to sell whatever widget or a comic book or whatever service to be on Twitter. That's not what they got. They didn't do it to be on social media. EVS did. He does, like, his show is designed around the idea that daily contact through YouTube is what I do, and I talk and I basically interact with other people. That's how I do what I do. It's a brilliant thing for EVS, but EVS is who he is. He doesn't need anybody else's help. He can bring on people when he wants to. He can do a live stream on his own, and he's an entertaining guy. But that's actually a pretty unique quality, to have that level of entertainment skill, to have that level, and I'm not being complimentary to say it. I think we all just know it, because otherwise, who's the other EVS? That's why Dan Frag is great, because he's a wealth of personality. He's a fun dude, and he can bring people in and kind of have some fun with it. But not everybody can do that. And I think if Zach goes, this is not what I want to focus on, then that's the right thing for Zach. And he'll just get a social media manager.
No one would know.
Like, oh, now somebody else can deal with that bullshit headache. Everybody loses.
When he was on Twitter, he spent, also he's not only did he spend a lot of time wasted on there, but he would also spend a lot of time talking about how much time he was wasting on Twitter.
Yeah, yeah, it would too.
And I'm not even proposing.
You kind of feel bad because you can tell that it actually really bothers him, because he cares.
I'm not even suggesting this out, because he's the trailblazer, so he gets to do different things. No, it's just not in his skill set to be that diverse with the number of tasks he has to do that day. And for the rest of us, it might be better to just, like I do sometimes, you just check Twitter on your breaks. And if people have to wait 2.5 hours to get a hold of you, that might just be how it goes.
Yeah, and to be honest, Twitter is just a whole different level of toxic. I mean, normal business owners aren't used to that kind of level of toxic. That's gross. It's just like, what's wrong with people? Jason Black just said, Zach would argue anything for 24 hours, take a 4-hour sleep break, and come back to argue. He's either too good at Twitter or terrible at it, depending on your priorities. My thought on that is that Zach is kind of the dog with a bone. He won't let it go, but part of that is because he cares. If you deeply care about an argument, you're going to keep positioning yourself into that argument for no other reason than you have to know in your heart that you gave it everything that you had. And I think that probably makes for a hell of a soldier. I bet he was a pretty badass soldier, actually, when he needed to be. And
he probably was, and he talks that whole side down a bit. Hey, I just wanted to say, Jason, cheers. I see you there, man. Thanks for stopping by. Jason's around everywhere, so hell, Jason. He's a cool guy.
Now, is Jason Black in New Zealand? Is he? Where's he at? Where are you at, man? He's probably like, dude, I live next door.
Where you at, Jason? I'm your neighbor for 20 years. How can you not know?
Yeah, it is. Dude, I live down the street. Stop being weird and mow your lawn.
He says New Zealand. He says New Zealand.
Okay.
Shane had another one up there, Michael, for JDA.
Let's have a look.
The good JDA. The
one?
benevolent.
Is that this one?
Yep.
That's fine if you second print an issue or collection, but honestly, at the numbers of the first offering, you're actually hurting value of those books if you're not offering enough people to get into the story.
All right. That's actually good. See, that's the thing, and you learn something. Like, I wouldn't even have thought about it like that.
Learning stuff. Guys, it's just hit the 4-hour mark. I think I'm going to go get some dinner. So, this has been amazing as always. I'm just like James is saying, he's loving this this format where we're just talking positivity and just good vibes and all that sort of stuff. I know I'm really enjoying doing it. And Poland, thank you so much for coming, man. I know this is like eating
Always
into
a
your
pleasure.
sleep, so I can't say enough. I'm really humbled that you're here, and Samurai, of course, as well, man. Always great to have you here. Everyone in the chat, James.
Guys, it was great. Thanks so much for having me.
You just make the show, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for stopping in. Your points are always very well taken. You have such a good insight and all this sort of stuff. Antoine Dennison, I see you there. Yeah, this is going to happen again. Absolutely. This has probably happened tomorrow even as well. So, yeah, it might not keep happening as regular next week and continuing on, but I'm just going to kind of figure it all out. Everyone in the chat, you know who you are. Thank you so much for coming. I'm just really happy that this is here and this is something that's happening. What's that, Poland?
I was going to say thanks for having us, and everyone remember the Back to Lucent. If you haven't already, check it out.
Oh yeah, that thing. Yeah.
That thing.
Yeah,
Thanks for letting us keep you company.
No, thanks so much. This has always been a pleasure. All right, I'll see you guys later. Okay.
Take care, guys.
See you guys.
Godspeed.